So our first presenter will be Professor Asma Abdul Aziz Ali. She will talk about exploring the effectiveness of Omani frankincense, Boswellia sacra oleo gum, resin extracts and essential oils against the parasite causing cystic echinococcosis in vitro effect. Professor Asma, please. أنا أعتقد إنه تركب لها أي بيعمل إيش لها تعطيها لها
Thank you. شكرا. لا إذا هاي موجودة ما كده. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. المايك دكتور إذا أمكن. أفضل. أي والله أسهل. بالجي. شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. First of all, I would like to thank the presidency of the FAR University and the Director Research Center and Conference Chair and my supervisor, Dr. Luay Jamil Rashan, for allowing me to participate in this conference. Thank you, Dr. Luay, my supervisor during my MSc student. Thank you for everything. I've learned from him too much since 1985. 1985. So thank you very much for everything. So this work, exploring the effectiveness of Omani frankincense, Boswellia sacra, oleo gum resin, extracts and essential oils against the parasite causing cystic echinococcosis. This work is part of PhD thesis supervised by me, by Professor Rashan and me. The student, Bara Basir Ramadan, she didn't attend the conference. Of course, I've been working on hydatid disease since 1996 till now. With my students, experienced many natural substances, including lipopolysaccharides, polysaccharides extracted from gram-negative bacteria, Klebsiella pneumoniae, Escherichia coli, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and also experienced probiotics, then other techniques like microwaves, ultrasound, polyamine oxidase, partially purified adenosine deaminases, and laser, etc. And we got results, good results in vitro and in vivo. Echinococcosis, otherwise hydatid disease, or cystic echinococcosis, zoonotic disease. In the majority of individuals, 90% affected with Echinococcus granulosus. This parasite parasitizes the dogs. So the dogs are the final host of this worm. This figure shows the adult worm body consists of scolex, neck, immature, mature, and gravid proglotid filled with eggs. Gravid proglotid filled with eggs only. Other figure shows the head is provided with rostellum, which provided with hooks, rows of hooks, and 4 sucking discs. So we named this group Cyclophilidia. Cyclophilidia because all worms have 3 or 4 sucking discs to attach to the intestine of the host. Human sheep, indeed more than 70 types of ungulates, in addition to humans, are infected with this worm as intermediate hosts. Humans are accidental or incidental intermediate host. But sheep, cattle, and pigs already are infected because they are in the farms. So cattle, pigs are infected with the eggs of the parasite via food or water contaminated with the eggs of with the stool of the eggs. The stool are excreted in the eggs, are excreted in the stool of dogs. Whereas the final host are infected by consuming livers containing hydatid cyst. This figure shows the life cycle of Echinococcus granulosus or cystic echinococcosis. Final hosts are infected by consuming livers or lungs, because many organs are infected in intermediate host, consuming livers or lungs. Then after consuming these organs, each protoscolix in the hydatid cyst transform into adult worm in the small intestine of dogs. So the final host may contain 30,000 adult worms. Intermediate hosts are infected, as we said, by the eggs of the final host, excreted by the final host, and the food became contaminated, or food and water being contaminated with these eggs. Inside or in the body of intermediate host, these eggs are transformed into larval stage in the small intestine called oncosphere. After that, oncosphere penetrates the small intestine to different organs of the body, including liver, lung, spleen, even scattered in the peritoneal cavity, and even the brain is infected with the hydatid cyst. Humans also, intermediate hosts, are infected by the same way of sheep, by eating food or water contaminated with eggs. Then eggs transform into oncosphere, penetrates the intestine, and transform into liver, spleen, lungs, and brain. In the last stage of hydatid disease, the patient is exposed to coma because of the damage of the brain. This figure shows the protoscolysis inside the cyst in organs. Of course, the cyst is covered with germinal layer, laminated layer, and adventitial layer. These are the protoscolysis. This figure also shows the structure of hydatid cyst. Adventitial layer is confirmed by the host, the laminated layer by the parasite, and germinal layer. Germinal layer consists or forms brood capsules filled with the protoscolysis or daughter cysts, which become daughter cyst. Isolated hydatid cyst. And this also the structure. We see here the germinal layer filled, confirming brood capsules filled with the protoscolysis. The cyst is on the liver of human. Dead protoscolysis are stained with red stain because they accept eosine stain, whereas alive protoscolysis exclude eosine stain, so they are stained with light green stain or pigment. Disease is still endemic in some countries: Middle East, South America, Oceania, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Necessary preventive measures include washing of fruits, thorough washing of fruits, adequate boiling of greens and vegetables, and slaughter of animals in developing slaughterhouses. Also, sanitary burial of infected animals and their interest. Indeed, in our laboratories, when we work on the livers, after we finish, we burn these organs in order to avoid dogs from infected with this parasite. Diagnosis: many methods: ultrasound, accuracy 90%, computed tomography, Management includes surgery, the best way, surgery, percutaneous methods, aspiration and re-aspiration, oral drug therapy, albendazole, mebendazole, praziquantel, epsiprantol, and surgical resection, and also laparoscopic or robotic surgery. In recent years, there is growing interest in using herbal medicine because of natural products approach as an alternative therapy in the management of echinococcosis is safer, cheaper, with no side effects in comparison to albendazole and other synthetic moieties. More than 70 medicinal plants were used against hydatidoses, Zataria multiflora, Nigella sativa, Berberis vulgaris, Zingiber officinale, Allium sativa, significantly in vivo, Curcuma longa, significantly in vivo. Therefore, current work was undertaken to study the extracts in addition to essential oil of Omani frankincense Boswellia sacra, and to the best of our knowledge, these extracts have not been explored against hydatid disease. Frankincense, Luban in Arabic, oleogum resin from the tree of the genus Boswellia, widely used in traditional Arab, Indian, Chinese, and African medicine to treat various of ailments such as dysentery, vomiting, pain, and swelling. However, recent properties provided evidence its potential use of gum resin constituents and essential oil as potential use as anti-cancer, immunostimulator, antimicrobial, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, hypoglycemic, anti-asthma, anti-arthritic. Boswellia sacra flu, one of 25 species in the family Boswellia burseraceae, for centuries has been used an incense ingredient due to its fragrant gums and resins, Southwest Oman, Hadramaut, and Mahra areas are the only places in the Arabian Peninsula where we can find this native species. Boswellia sacra fruit tree, when cut, as we see in the figures, at the base, exude a toughened resin or gum-like substance is leaked out. This figure shows Boswellia sacra at Wadi Dauka and gum resin. Boswellia sacra gum resin after the incision operation, we see gum resin. Boswellia sacra tree, also the operation of incision, and Omani frankincense Boswellia sacra luban. Chemical composition of oleogum resin, 15 to 20% water soluble gum, 60% alcohol soluble, 8 to 11% essential oil, and are also lesser amounts of polysaccharides and polymeric compounds. Regarding frankincense gum resin, components primarily composed of volatile terpenoids with alpha-pinene and limonene being major constituents. Additionally, contains cis-quaterpenes, diterpenoids, triterpenoids, including boswellic acid and lipolic acid. Also, table 1 show main essential oil components of Boswellia sacra: alpha-pinene, limonene, caffeine, myrcene, saponine, and p-cyanine. This figure shows pentacyclic triterpenoids from African frankincense, and analysis of Boswellia sacra extracts by HPLC-MS methods show the substance constitutes 11 keto beta boswellic acid, acetyl 11 keto beta boswellic acid, lipolic acid, alpha boswellic acid, beta-boswellic acid, acetylipoic acid, acetyl alpha-boswellic acid, acetyl beta-boswellic acid. Isolation of hydatid cyst. Briefly, we get the hydatid cyst from sheep livers, exclusively livers of sheep from the slaughterhouse in Mosul City. Then we brought the hydatid cyst into the laboratory of, in the Department of Biology, College of Education for Pure Science, to check these hydatid cysts under sterilized conditions. So the viability, confirmed their viability through the presence of live protoscolysis. When we open the cyst, we pull the fluid and check the protoscolysis if they are alive or not. This figure shows liver of sheep.
Professor Asma, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Conclude? 5 minutes, okay. Extracts BS2, BS4, BS7, BS8, BS9, BS13, preparation, mortality rate, in briefly, BS7, the maximum mortality weight was 100% and different times, followed by BS4, also 97%. In comparison to albendazole, 21%, 0.9, and 26%. Conclusions, this work is novel because this extract has not been explored. But in vivo, we are waiting for in vivo results, premature this study because in vivo results will confirm the in vitro results. Conclusions, in vitro effect of the acid fraction aqueous methanolic and ethanolic obtained from the gum resin of Omani frankincense show significant differences in their activities. So, aqueous, methanolic, and ethanolic. Comparing the effectiveness of these extracts with albendazole, current observation reveals significant differences between ethanolic, methanolic, and aqueous extract to albendazole. These extracts were more active than the albendazole, about 3-fold more active. Concerning Omani frankincense essential oil, showed less effect on the protoscolysis compared to the extract. This can be due to either insusceptibility of the cell wall components of protoscolysis or maybe to the concentration used in the current investigation. Therefore, we think that additional studies are required to confirm the above two assumptions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Asma, for a very interesting lecture. So we have to be just a little bit strict on time so that we can move on. Next speaker will be Dr. Ahmed Bakhit Salim al-Shamfari, and he will be talking about yield dynamics and sustainable management of Boswellia sacra insights from Oman's diverse agroecological zones.
هذا كاميرا.
هذا تحتاج بس هذا اذا صوتك عالي مش مشكله.
طيب. يفضل انه عشان انا صوتي مش عالي هذه صراحه. اسمع. البوينتر. بوينتر. بوينتر. البوينتر.
آسفة جدا.
Good morning, everybody. To begin, I'd like to express my gratitude to the third meeting, international meeting in this university, headed by Professor Loai and his team. Thank you so much for inviting us also to share in this meeting. Actually, my topic is generally talking about the tree itself, how to save this tree, and what's the process that we need to keep this tree as long as we can, and to increase the number of this tree in our area. And the title of my topic, as you can see, it is Yield Dynamics and Sustainable Management of Baswala Sakra Insights from Oman's Diverse Agroecological Zone. Just briefly to go overview of Baswala Sakra or Baswala species. Actually, there is over than 160 different species, but among them there are 4 Baswala species which is known that it gives resin. And in our country, was for the light, this is, sorry. How to use the light indicator. مختلف.
مختلف يمكن هذا. لا this one ايوه الحمراء.
Okay. Baswala Sakra, it is the main species here available in our country, Oman, and it is extend to the part of our neighbor country, Yemen, and also some references that they said that it is found also in Somalia or in the Horn of Africa, and the other types distributed in different places in Ethiopia and Serrata type in Western India. Of course, the ecological importance of the tree for us, it is very important. We use it as an iconic plant for our region. Whenever and wherever that you usually mention Dhufar, immediately it will come frankincense with the name itself. And as you can see, the logo of this university, they also including the frankincense tree in their logo, which means that it is one of the most important and economic plant in our place. As you can see from the map, we have 4 different places for this tree. And usually people here locally, they name the tree based on the location. This is the dark green one. It is in the mountain of Jabal Samhan and starting to the east side of our government. And they name it Hojri. And also the most wider one is the green color, which is in the whole area, as you can see in the slide. And that one is actually available in the arid zone area, in the desert, back of the mountains. Also, the other type here is Shazri. It is located in the small area near to the west side of Dhufar. And Sha'bi is the smallest area. And all of them have, each one have their characteristics for their reside. Actually, there is different challenges happen here for our frankincense. And this is the main 4 or 5 threats affecting the tree. Over harvesting one, and which is, I think, as our following and survey that we make in the area, it is the most important factor affecting the tree itself, followed by climate change impacts, grazing pressure also from the animals. They are recently starting to eat this type of crop because maybe of deficiency of salinities in their blood, and soil erosion, and because also last 10 years we faced 2 different cyclones in our area, and land degradation because of mining. Sometimes in some parts of our areas there is different industries working in the mining, and of course lack of standardized harvesting practices. And for that one, we are trying in this study to give the most suitable way of harvesting this tree to conserve it for a long time. One of our published paper and study in our department, it is published in last May this year, and this work is mainly done by my colleague, Dr. Mahsan Al-Amri, and he passed away, and we pray to our God to bless him, inshallah. Yeah. The study objectives, it contains develop sustainable harvesting methods, assess the optimal number of cuts per tree, studying resign yield variation by zone and tree size, analyze the impact on flower and seed production. The study covers 4 areas. We choose 2 areas near to the sea, facing the moisture and getting more rain compared to the other 2 in the desert area, to see how the ecological zone will affect the production of the resin. This area names as Fazayah and Afol in this place, and Chabanut and Yakat North in the desert. Of course, the material method, we usually harvesting the tree every 28 days, collecting the resin to the laboratory and weighing the amount that we got. And this process is starting for 4 seasons, and start from October to November until early June in 1 season. The study covers 180 trees in total, and those 180 trees divided for 45 trees in each location. And the 45 trees is divided to 3 categories, and each category is divided into 3 categories of trunk size, starting from 30 to 50 centimeter, and the medium size 51 to 70 centimeter, and the large size is from 71 to 90 centimeter. And each of those is divided into 3 treatments. When one is used as a control, no tapping, and the other one using the traditional way of tapping, which is normal, and one excessive one is over harvesting for the tree to see, to compare the 3 treatments, how it will be affect the resin. Of course, the process using the statistical analysis, complete randomized design. Okay, for the results, comparing the yield according to the trunk size. Actually, we found it in general that as the trunk size is bigger in the size, it gives more resin production. And it was found that the highest yield in case of the large size, it reached around 6,000 gram, and the lowest one is 260, and the middle size, it reached 8,000 gram, compared to 318 as the lowest one, and in the small size, it reached 1,700 grams, compared to only 92 gram. Now, bare location and harvesting time. In Fazayah and Aful and Yakat North, almost the yield is not that high significant, almost same. And Aful is a little bit up than the Fazayah. And those 2 locations, as we mentioned, that it is in the coastal, near to the coastal area. For harvesting time, we found that in the 2nd year and the 3rd year, we can get high amount of production compared to the 1st year and the last year. What's this mean? Because of stress that the tree got of injury, the tree tried to defend itself. And because of the stress, the product of yield, or the product or the yield of resin, it's increased after the 1st year. And 2nd year and 3rd year, it is the maximum one. After that, it will decline because the tree lose its health. for yields from different cutting picks. This one also, we found it that it is the number of, if we compare the cut in the fazaih in the small size, we compare 3 cut to 6 cut, the yield is increased from the 3 cut to 6 cut, and this trend is founded in all different treatments for the tree in the different locations. Now, regarding the flowering, of course, as we know that scientifically, usually, the tree, if you it lose its health, the flower will be less. And this is what we found also. In the control, when there is no cut, the flowering percentages reach around 44 compared to the 12 and 29 in the double cut and norm cut. And this trend also the same in the all different locations. Also the same thing for the crown and trunk size. The relation is correlation between the yield and the trunk size and the canopy. Same thing here. When you the size is increased from small to medium to large, the production also increased gradually in all different location and treatments. Now, the conclusion, I try to put it in small points to try to follow what we can conclude from the study. In the controlling harvesting, the large and medium trees, it needs continuous tapping for 3 years because it can survive for that type of cutting. In the small trees, we have to make, we can continue the tapping for 2 years, and it should be followed by 1 to 2 years for rest for healing of the tree, injury of the tree. In session rolls, we have to cut only the outer red flow. We don't have to touch xylem, and avoid the branch nodes. And the limit cut to 1/4 of tapping bowl per season. Alternate cutting sides each season to give each side to take a rest. And harvesting cycles, maximum resign yield in 3rd and 4th picks. And we have to stop after 5 picks per season because after that the product will be declined. The cutting size and spacing, it should be the type of the spot or the size of the spot 3 centimeter by 4 centimeter, and the spacing must be not less than 30 centimeters between each tapping spot. Tree recovery, the bark recovery in 1 year under normal use, and it will take maybe more and longer based on the thickness of the tree. Recommendations. This recommendation actually because of our situation, and we are a little bit worried because, you know, as I said that recently the tree availability in the different places, it is coming down, decline year by year. So we have to put some recommendation that maybe we can have to save this tree as much as we can, to develop zone-specific harvesting guidelines, encourage scientific and indigenous knowledge of integration, implement payment for ecosystem services, and invest in ecological monitoring technology using some kind of technology like drones and sensors, and training local harvesters, grazing management, livestock exclusion zones, and monitoring programs for yield tracking and tree health, and community-based conservation models to give some more knowledge for harvesters how to deal with this kind of crop. And this is all what I want to say. I hope that I give some information for you, which is you can. Thank you so much.
Anyway, thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for the very informative lecture and being on time. This is my work. So the next lecture will be by Dr. Mohammed Suleiman, and he will be talking about Boswellia as a promising adjunctive treatment for radio necrosis following stereostatic radiosurgery.
ايوه هذا هو هيك يعني. اوكي. السلام عليكم. أنا مبسوط جدا أكون معكم للمرة الثالثة في المؤتمر ميوت، ما بدينا في المؤتمرات اللي تتعلق في الفرانكنسنس يعني. I would thank today I want to speak and to share you new indication for Boswellia. My talk today is Boswellia as promising adjunctive treatment for radionecrosis following stereotactic radiosurgery. My talk, first of all, I want to explain what is stereotactic radiosurgery, what is radionecrosis, its risk, diagnosis, current treatment options, and at the end, I want to show that Boswellia is a new therapeutic pathway to treat this kind of disease. What is radiosurgery? Radiosurgery is a form of radiation therapy, precise form. In this case, we send different beam, all intersect in our target, in this case, the brain tumor. We are able with this kind of treatment to deliver high dose. It's mean enough to kill the tumor. And at the same time, we are able in this kind of treatment to avoid the healthy tissue. It's very fantastic kind of treatment. Nowadays, worldwide, we have more than 1.5 million procedures. With the radiotherapy, we are able to damage the DNA, and in the first time after the irradiation, we can have tumor shrinkage, and at least we can able to kill the tumor. We see here how is very fantastic kind of treatment. Here I show you a CT with multiple brain metastases. We are able with this kind of treatment to treat many lesions at the same time with high dose. At the same time, we are able to avoid to irradiate the surrounding health tissue. The stereotactic surgery, radiosurgery, nowadays is a standard of brain metastasis. But this kind of treatment is associated with complications, especially radionecrosis. The radionecrosis occurs months to years after treatment. It incidence about 5 to 25%. Not all lesions are symptomatic. Minity reported in his study the incidence of 24% with 14% symptomatic and 10% asymptomatic. Clinically, presented radionecrosis, headache, nausea, vomiting, and neurological defect depend on the site of affected necrosis. The symptoms are due to edema and swelling caused by damaged brain tissue. Radionecrosis, its mean is the death of healthy tissue caused by radiation therapy. The risk increases when the lesion more than 2 to 3 centimeters, and when we deliver doses more than 18 to 20 gray. the incidence increases also when we give put it together combined with immunotherapy to avoid or to reduce the risk. It is very important to select the patient and to be critical when we do the plan and to avoid the critical structure in the brain. The pathophysiology of radionecrosis, it is combined from vascular injury and glial cell injury. We know radiation damage the vessel and the brain barrier blood and damage the glial cell, and is also the radiation is responsible for demyelination and activation of VGF, it means vascular endothelial growth factor, which are responsible to produce leaky vessels, and in this case, we have increase of edema. The pathophysiology of radionecrosis is multifactorial, not just one vascular, but both together. Diagnosing. How we can diagnose radionecrosis? MRI, normally MRI not enough because not able to distinguish between recurrence and radionecrosis. Both radionecrosis and recurrence have ring enhancing and edema. Nowadays, we use perfusion MRI or PET-FIT. We are able, in case of recurrence, we have more activity. How we treat it? The first line is dexamethasone. We get this rapid relief of the symptom and cheap and available everywhere. But we know dexamethasone associated with heavy side effects, for example, bleeding and many Cushing or diabetes, or all this kind of disease associated with the administration of dexamethasone. The second is bevacizumab, is anti-VEGF antibody, is promising. Some studies showing response between 86 to 94. And with this kind of treatment, we are able to reduce steroid treatment, but we know it is expensive, and many patients develop hypertension and can get bleeding and thromboembolism. It's not rare. And when we stop the treatment, the replace is possible. It's promising, but not perfect. Surgery. Yeah, but for selective cases, but we know it is invasive and risky, and not with surgery we are not able to treat deep lesion. It is helpful, but for only a minority of cases. Now, we move to the Boswellia, or our subject. We know radiation, as I said before, causes inflammation plus edema. And we know Boswellia is anti-inflammatory and stabilizes the brain-blood barrier. And in this case, we reduce the edema. That means Boswellia steroid-like effect, but better tolerated with less side effects. Many studies were published. I mentioned these very important 3 studies. The first published 2001 by Streffer, and he showed in his study over 6% reducing of edema. Chris in 2011 confirmed the effect of Boswellia, and De Pierre in 2019 with more than 50% cases of stable or reduced edema. This good result encourage many clinics to start it because we know Boswellia have the effect of anti-edema, to treat it, the radionecrosis, because radionecrosis associated also with increasing edema. So, for example, Zuccatel in 2024, he published the study of 94 patients. He showed response about 60%, complete 12 and 48 partial. That means about 2/3 benefit without steroid. And another study in the same year was published by Fong. Here is about 130 patients. He showed also improved, out of 50% improved clinically or radiologically, and reduced steroid in 33%. What we can see, we see some steroid is we can the system, we can relieve the system and the symptoms of edema, and we use in 70% of patients use steroid, but we know side effects is not negligible. With anti-Kerber, we have 60% reduction improvement. Boswellia also we have 60% response. This positions Boswellia as valuable, safe, adjunctive therapy. We know Boswellia, not all Boswellia. We know Serrata most used in the world, but we know now with confirmed with many studies that Boswellia sacra has higher boswellic acid, especially ACPA. Serrata lower ACPA, but widely used. That means Boswellia sacra stronger anti-inflammatory potential has. Yet now I give you some number here, but I know with our extract with our analysis in Switzerland, boswellic acid we have more than 80%, and ACPA about 38%. Serrata maximum 30%, and ACPA 2%. That means at least 4 times more ACPA in sacra than Serrata. But phytochemical profile supports prioritizing Boswellia sacra for therapeutic development. Conclusion: Boswellia anti-inflammatory, anti-edematous, neuroprotective, up to 60% patient benefit, and has safe profile. Future Boswellia sacra most promising candidate to be candidate for clinical trials. My recommendation: we need randomized clinical trials focusing on Boswellia sacra, evaluating randomized study whether Boswellia sacra could be used prophylactically during radiosurgery. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Suleiman, for a very exciting study.
Shukran.
And we'll be looking forward for the questions at the end. So the next lecture will be by Dr. Jamshad Ahmed Khan, and he will be talking about an approach to establish and conserve endemic Omani frankincense tree species, a comprehensive tissue culture and molecular analysis of Boswellia sacra under in vitro level.
ما موجود الخان؟ لا 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 وين الرجال؟
Okay, so instead of him. Okay, fine. So I did not know that he's not around. Okay, so we'll move to the next speaker, Dr. Fahad Isa Shammas. and he will be talking about assessing the condition of frankincense tree at Wadi Doka Natural Reserve.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you for the organizers to invite me for the second time in this forum. I like to call it forum more than meeting or conference because it's huge and it is useful. So, I mean, here I'm talking a little bit different from the others because the others, they are talking about medicine, but myself, I will talk about the tree itself, the importance of the tree, and how we can protect it. So since it's useful and all of you confirm that, so we have to preserve it and we have to protect it for our use in the future. So this is, I mean, we are assessing the condition of frankincense tree at Wadi Doka. We did a study only in one area, Wadi Doka, and it is a reserve, nature reserve. But we did it before the environmental management. Now they will have environmental management plan done by Amwaj, and they already have done some management so to improve the area. But we did this study before, so it's like a baseline. It's like a baseline. So later in future, so they can refer to it. Baseline was like this, and it is now it's improved because of the reservation of the area. So this is about the title of my study and also about the overview. It will be like that, introduction, and then I will go through these all points, hopefully, if there is time. So the study established the baseline condition, as I said already, for Boswellia sacra population at Wadi Doka especially. And this Wadi Doka is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And we did this study prior to implementing a comprehensive environmental management plan. This was done in 2023. But the environmental management plan exists now, and it's already in sight. It's implemented, and hopefully in next meeting or next forum, we can also present another study to compare before the implementation of environmental management and after that. So here we are talking about the baseline assessment, as I told you, and since I have more slides, so maybe I will go a little bit fast. And here we used 37 Boswellia sacra trees documented across the transects. We have only 4 transects, and each one is about 1 hectare. So we have about 4 hectares only. We'll talk about that in the methodology. So then the trees, they're about 37 in that area. So here you can see, and they already talked about the importance of this tree, so I will not repeat. This Boswellia sacra, other presenters already talked about it. This is one of the site where while we are recording the data in the area or in the field during that time. Critical conservation concern. We have to make a conservation for this area. So, for example, because we have, as already some other Ahmed said already, we have severe grazing. I mean, we have threats which impact our, trees in that area especially, and everywhere in also in the far region, because we have open grazing here in Oman. We have open grazing. We don't have organized grazing. So animals they will, or camels, they will graze every day on the trees. So this is, this is a pressure on our, ecology or on our trees. Okay, also there is a absence of natural regeneration. Since, new generation is growing, but the camel will, graze on it and it will remove it. So the new generation, unfortunately, are few, because, as I told you, because of grazing. Tree architecture or tree structure, smaller trees can be below 3 meters within camel browsing reach. I mean, the camel can reach at 3 meters, to graze. So within that height, it can eat all the, all the leaves. So that's another issue. Protected area, trees within the limited fenced section of the reserve, better health than the ones which are outside the fence. Here you can see also this tree here you can see the grazing impact on the tree, and you can see here maybe until the height of 3 meters, here maybe 2 meters or more, and then camel cannot reach this area because it's more than 3 meters. So you can see the impact of the grazing very well here in this photo. So this is one of our threats, which we face this every day, and we have to control it. Here also another threat, not only from the grazing, we have also another threat from insects. We have some insects, it also, eat especially the stem of this tree, and it will impact it very well. And here you can see the insect impact here on this tree. So this is another threat. Here also you can see also the threat of insects here. This is the threat of insects, and this you can see this branch of the tree, it is now dry. And it's one branch in the middle of the two healthy branches. So it might also affect the other branches. The objective, this is only introduction. The objective, we want to see the quantity of frankincense trees in unprotected area. So it's an unprotected, the area where we study, and we'll see the impact of the pest or the insects on the tree, and also how we can make a management for it for a longer run. And fortunately now the government, through a company, Amway, they are also taking care and making management for environmental management for this area. So the threats already I talked about it, and it is already, grazing, especially camels, and insect infestation, and this is already done. And what will be, all sites in Wadi Doka, it has grazing, and also almost all sites in Wadi Doka, it has also impact of insect, and the level of hazards, severe hazards, because of the camel grazing. And we have also the branch also trunks are causing, are impacted because of the insects. Material and method here, we have field, we did a field study So field survey protocol, and we conducted field survey, and as I said, four sites, and each site, the area of each site 1 hectare. Also, we we made a measurement for the tree height, for the diameter of and the crown of the tree, number of basal branches. All this we have recorded this, and we also assessed the condition. We documented the grazing and also the impact of grazing, branch cutting, and also insect damage, leaves condition, and so on. This was the methodology of our study. We used some material, for example, during our study, like this one. So this equipment, we used 50-meter measurement tab for transects delineation and tree dimension. We use this, and also for basal diameter of the tree, measured at 3 centimeters from the ground. We measured to see the diameter. We used also GPS locations to see also to record it for the future. Here also we calculated the tree diameter by using a formula here, and which diameter will be C divided by pi. C is the circumferences of the tree. How to measure the average crown also diameter? We use this average crown diameter, A plus B divided by 2. Field survey, so it's just maybe repeated. We are still in the methodology. Here are the results now. We can see the results and discussion. And you can see here the area. And the area, you can see only a few trees here, and then you can see its area here is without trees. Here also you can see 2 trees, and here empty. And these areas are within our study, because I said, we have four sites, and each 1 hectare. And 1 hectare is not a small area. It's about 10,000 meters square. So you can see, not many trees in this area. Here also you can see this the impact of this of the grazing, as I told you before, and you can see here, as I said, maybe until 3 meters, the camel, after 3 meters, the camel cannot reach, because it cannot reach. So then you can see the healthy tree here on the top, and you can see the leaves, but it is impacted here in the bottom. So this is a challenge also. Here you can see also this is the results of the study. So the grazing also, it is, it's shown here. Even these trees now, it died because of overgrazing maybe, or insects. Here you can see also this also same as I said before. Only the top of the tree is still healthy, but the others, the downside is not healthy, and it is, because of grazing. Here also you can see the effect of grazing. Here in this slide, you can see, since it's maybe the height is within 3 meters, so the camel can reach all the tree, so it can, graze, and it can eat all the leaves. Also here you can see another picture. Here you can see some impacts also, impacts of insects here, you can see. Here also impacts of insects. Here also impacts of the insects here. And this is also unfortunate, it will impact, this is another pressure also, not only grazing, we have another pressure, but I don't know how, the environmental management plan will be done on, especially on to protect the trees from insects. From grazing, maybe by fence it will, protect when you fence the area. But I mean, how about also the insects? How you can protect the trees inside from insects? I don't know if there is a medicine or. Here also you can see, I mean, it's repeated because you can see the grazing. I will go forward. So here, as we said, the observation is the insect impact, also the grazing impact, the branch of the trees, leaves condition. You see already the leaves condition, and you see here some trees, they have only like umbrella on the top, and then above 3 meters, below 3 meter height, I mean, it's already eaten by the camel. So here you can see also this all, I mean, the observation. Here one summary also for the results. You can see here the locations here. Even we have GPS record for it. Trees in hectare in each transect or in each area. 8 in 1 and 13 and 5 and 11. And the maximum height you can see for the trees. And also the diameter here, you can see more diameters than the other ones. Here also the pest or the insect impact, 10 branches with the lesion, and 8 affected branches here, 6 here, the branches which are infected because of the insects. So, and the other, impacted because of the grazing. Okay, this is only same. Here also, it's just same also, the same numbers. Ecological implications prior to environmental management plan condition, as we said already, we have showed you how it is, and also we documented the grazing, also the trees, survival of the trees, also the recovery and management implication. All this we have already done. Conclusion, baseline documentation. This is like a baseline documentation for the future, especially after implementing the environmental plan. So we'll see how it improves. It will improve. And then this is a document, baseline document, and primary threats. We already talked about the threats and extension tragedy. Since we don't have new trees, because the camel will eat it, small trees. So we have extension of tragedy of the small trees, because the old ones, it will have a lifetime and it will die. So we need a new generation. So the conclusion is that management implications. The pre-EMP, Environment Management Plan assessment, established the most Boswellia brosacra population in Wadi Doka, faced varying degrees of environmental pressure, as we said before, and we have gradually decline in the number of trees because we don't have also a new generation. So grazing management, grazing management can be only done by the fencing the area. We have to fence the area, because when you fence the area, camels cannot enter, and then you can protect your area. By the insect management, this is another challenge which the company which is responsible about the environmental management, it can bring ideas to the government how to solve this issue or make a management for the insect. Recommendation also, research and monitoring. We have to have a research and monitoring annually, or you can say quarterly. It's better to have environmental quarterly audit to this area to see how is the improving after the management plan. So also we have to make a collaborative conservation framework. We have, the government. We have also the society. We have the companies which are responsible about this. We have the universities, and all of this we have to cooperate together to solve this issue. This is my last slide, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. So we'll go to the next lecture, which will be by Ms. Xin Zhang, Technical Value and Commercial Empowerment of Frankincense in China.
Find. No. No? 没有哎。China. Dylan PPT. No. 在哪儿 ？China. Sorry. Medicine. 是这个吗？ Okay. No, I'm sorry. 昨给过。
It is not fine.
给过。在我的那个这里面怎么会没有呢？这个是。给过那个什么。
PPT.
This one.
You have here? You got it here or not?
Yes.
No, still maybe not here. Did you got it here or still? Send it through WhatsApp.
No.
WhatsApp. You have WhatsApp?
WhatsApp.
Just email. WhatsApp.
这怎么弄的？这是，真的是。
Email is okay, I think. Email? You want the email? Yeah. Okay, you can send it to me.
It's 真的是怎么会这个样子？没有怎么讲 ？OK， 空主题哎。
主题空的没问题。Check, maybe it's coming.
presenter? Or
Okay, no problem. Next.
No problem.
you are Mr. Who?
No.
This is your name? No. This one. I'm saying if it will take time, we can go for the next speaker.
Yeah,
We'll come
yeah.
back.
Okay, okay.
Isn't
No
it?
problem. Okay.
我先下去是吧？
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Next.
我是要等一会儿是吧？OK。
Okay, so we'll move to the next speaker while they are preparing this slide presentation. Mr. Juan Zia-Yong, Development of a Frankincense Dominant Compound System and Exploration of Multifaceted Applications. Please. Mr. Juan, is he around? Okay, so we'll move to the next speaker. Engineer Ghanem Musallam Muhammad Al-Mahri, and he will be talking about the importance of frankincense tree and its environmental and economic benefits. We'll come back to the other lecture once they are.
مهندس غانم واحد ايه كيف يفتحونها؟ اوكي وين هذا؟
We should give you the small mic.
لا لا معي شغال هذا؟ لا هذا طلع
هذا كاميرا هذا داخل اليوتيوب
اوكي
هذا لازم
هذا الحين كيف يشتغل؟
بوينتر على مش بوينتر اللي معك.
ليش؟ وين؟ ايوه اي واحد يقدم.
والله
انا ما وصلت الى
هذا مع
الفوق.
الليزر.
ايوه
وهذا اعتقد
قدم يا
اللي
اخي.
بعده اللي بعده.
والله هكذا الصورة ولا أنا ما أجيب. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله أما بعد. First of all, I would thank you for your listening carefully because I will talk a symbol about the tree and the history and the benefit. I think I can make a new guidelines in future for the others benefit of the tree. First of all, I will speak about the environmental. This is a section of our area. So the sea and the Yerbeb mountains and the cliffs after the mountains, desert, and the arid lands in the other side. This kind of trees, a lot of them will be in the area after the rain area, means it will be in dry areas. This is a lot, around 16 to 17% of all trees will be there. And there is the other on the cliffs and the wadis, which is going to the sea. So there is the two areas, exactly this tree is there. This tree is the tree of the desertification trees. Means it have a lot of leaves which cannot let the evaporation of water from the tree on the dry area. So it will keep the water inside. Okay. One thing also, you know, any tree, it has a 16 feeds it should you have. But the more important feed, what is there, is the sun, the light, and the water. This will make around 92% of its life. So it makes the chlorophyll, and the chlorophyll will make all the things which will be giving the tree the life. We all talking about the frankincense. We call it مغيرات. I think this has been done. A lot of people have talking about it. So I will go to the information about the tree. Local, we call it مغيرات. Local name. The Arabic name is Luban tree. Al-Kandar is the name of Pharisee and Indian also. The common name is frankincense, and the scientific name is Boswellia sacrafolic. And the family name is frankincense family. أو البخوريات, we call it in Arabic. Okay. In all of the histories, in the human civilization, all civilization has been spoken about the frankincense, has been spoken about that gum, which is they brought it from this area. If we spoke about the old one, is Sumerian. First one who spoke about it is the Sumerian civilization in Iraq. Then Greek, Roman, also the Egyptian, the old Egyptians, also the Chinese, the Indian, Japanese. They spoke about the gum. And now we are speaking also about the gum. So this is a tree. We have 4 things in the tree. It's leaves, the trunk, and roots. We have to focus what we can get from this. In the old days, in locally, we take the leaves and we make it herbal tea. We make it in water for medicines. This is the leaves. If we have some small animals have problems, we take the leaves, we give it to this kind of animals as a feed and a medicine. This is for the leaves. Yesterday, one of the research, he said we extract from the leaves some, in fact, for mosquito. Now, there is a benefit of the leaf. Why we don't make a research on the leaf, what we can get from it? Because the leaf in any tree, it's the factory. The chlorophyll factory. It is the life of the tree. It is the mechanic to get the water from the ground, from the roots. So the leaf have everything in the tree. We can, if the research make a lot of research on the leaf, we can extract a lot of things. I believe it will be for many things we can use it. We go to the trunk. The trunk, we have 3 like a papers around it. 3 sides. One is wooden, and one is something like faline, and the other things will be like harir, silk, like silk. So these 3 kinds, if there is a research on how to use it or how to get it, maybe some of the researchers have been spoken that they can make it like a feline. Some of them, 3 or 4 research has been spoken about that. So we have a lot of benefit on the مغيرات. I need you to get this name. مغيرات. مغيرات is the name locally in Salalah for this tree. مغيرات. Yeah, شجرة اللبان. Okay. This is it will take a lot of time to explain it, but anyway, we have the tree sakura. There is a 3 kind of tall. If it's in the whole mountains, means more than 500 meters above the sea, it will reduce, it will not be tall. It will be like 2 meters, even 1 meter, please. If it's under the 500, in the wadi, it will reach around 7 meters tall. And the tree, it came with 1 tank or multi-tanks. The multi-tanks is the most available. On 1 tank, there is only a little bit of the trees. You will see it even in the wadis. And the gum itself depends on where is the tree locations. The tree, if it's location in a dry area, it will be definitely better than the tree which will be on low area, which will get a lot of humidity, more than 50% humidity. That tree, it's not means everything from that tree is low. No, there is a lot of things is very high. But what we need from the tree, that's give me the activity if it's quality, what I need. So sometimes I need only the oil. I will take only the oil. So if I'm taking the oil in the wadi, it's very good. It will be in a good shape to get a lot of oil. If I need another things, like a dry conditions, I will get it from the most 3 kinds, which is Hasiki and Hujari and Najdi. This is in dry area. There are the famous kind of gum of the frankincense. This is all of used for all of the human in the past and until now, the use of the gum. From therapy to other, what you call it, ruhaniyat. Rituals, yeah. And this is, they said, it's one of the doors will guide you to the other side of the world. Okay. Let me explain about this tree. This is one thing. Okay. We will say, how can it live like this? Survival, yeah. Survival and be in that condition of stringed. This is having inside down. It's like air, inside it, like the car, suspension of the cars. Suspension of the cars. They have there is a mechanic under it. This suspension will let the tree can move and return back to a situation depending on what it has been thrown about it. Okay. This is the flowers. The flowers itself, also we can extract a lot of things from the flowers itself. And this is the 3 layers which I'm speaking about. You will see it around the scratch. 3 kind of levels. And that's what they are talking about to make a fill-in from that in the manufacturers. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Rana. So, we're going back to Ms. Lennox and she will be telling us about the cultural value and commercial environment of frankincense in China.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Elisa Zhang. Zhang Lanxin is my Chinese name. The Vice Secretary General of the Chinese Cultural Promotion Society and the Director of the Incense Committee. I'm not an expert specifically in the study of frankincense and medicine. Instead, I focus on the relationship between them and culture as well as their cultural values. Today, I show my perspectives on this aspect. The cultural value and consumer applications of frankincense in China. Frankincense, its history is older than most of our recorded civilizations. More than 2,000 years ago, it entered China via Silk Road, serving as tribal medicine and cultural symbol. As recorded in the Book of the Later Han, frankincense was valued as highly as gold, reflecting not only trade, but also the dialogue between civilizations. Today, the meaning of frankincense has gone beyond tradition. It is becoming a global issue that connects cultural identity, has need, and sustainable trade. The cultural significance of frankincense in China extend far beyond incense burning in ritual. It constitutes a cultural ecosystem. In the Tang Dynasty text, 法院诸陵, it's written that burning frankincense preferred the environment and its medicine. Today, frankincense still accounts for over 30% of temple incense offering in Eastern China. Studies show that its aroma trigger in memory, emotional memory, and studies collective identity. In the Tang and Song dynasties, frankincense was listened alongside music, calligraphy, and printing, symbolism, refined civilization. In 2023, incense culture training in China grew by 20%, driven mainly by younger generations. Frankincense has become a cultural symbol of confidence in the modern China trend. The Book of the Later Han recorded frankincense as tribal from the Western religions, valued as highly as gold. Today, Silk Road Trust Factory frankincense exhibitions that attract hundreds of thousands of visitors, making it bridge in traditional narratives. The commercial applications of frankincense in China are evolving along three major pathways. Known in Chinese medicine as 熏鹿香, it has long been used to invigorate, blowing, or relieve pain. Modern research shows that boswellic acid regulates the NF-κB pathway, demonstrate an inflammatory and cancer potential. In 2023, frankincense-related pharmaceuticals reached sales of over 1 billion RMB. China's fragrance market grew 14% in 2023, with frankincense essential oil accounting for 20%. Its body aroma fulfills young consumers' desire for oriental aesthetics. In 2023, China's frankincense imports reached $200 million, with re-export accounting for 25% of the garden market. Blockchain technology is expanded to ensure traceability and reduce supply chain costs by 10%. Colleagues, much has already been said about preparing and developing frankincense. Today, however, I would like to introduce three new propositions. Proposition 1, the molecular cultural studies of frankincense. Boswellic acid and other compounds are not only pharmacological molecules but also cultural symbols. Can we merge molecular studies strategies with cultural narratives to culture a new introductory concept? Proposition 2, the cross-sensory economy of frankincense. Frankincense can be smelled, consumed, touched, and even digital visited for sonifield. It's that replacing not just a fragrance economy, but a cross-sensory economy spanning smell, taste, touch, and digital perception. The proposition 3, frankincense as a global consensus laboratory. China and Arab share remarkably similar cultural propositions of frankincense. Could we use it as a medium to expose a traditional consensus laboratory? Let's testing models of competition in cultural medicine and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, Francis is not just an original thing. It is both a memory of history and akin to the future. Culturally, it symbolizes purity and identity. Industry in coatings, medicine, and cosmopathy. For the future, it might serve as a shared language for close civilizational invasion. If we can move from cultural narratives to molecular cultural studies, from the fragrance economy to cross-sensory economy, and from traditional exchange to the global conscious laboratory, then fragrances will no longer be mere and accent aroma. It will be civilizational symbol conceived by humanity. Thank you very much.
One is available, or is he around? Your colleague? Next speaker, Dr. Juan, is he here or not? Okay, so I think we'll be having like 10 to 15 minutes for discussion. We have so many lectures to discuss, so we'll open the floor for questions, please.
I just have an inquiry for.
Do you have another mic? Or give me this one, I will give you this. No, give me this one better. That's easier.
First of all, thank you for every researchers for their interesting topics. I just have a question or an inquiry for Dr. Ghanem. You just
Engineer.
You are a researcher here now. I ask you if I can achieve the seed of Venezuela, frankincense. Can I get the seeds? The seeds, yes. Not now? When? Yeah, in the market, I
think Engineer Ghanem will have some comments.
Yes.
Which is better to plant? Is it the seeds
Yes.
or the bark of the trees?
Yes.
Comment to this?
I want just to get seeds because I have an idea for a topic of research to my student on frankincense. My work is plant tissue culture. I want to apply this technique about the frankincense, if possible. If possible, if anyone can help me.
It's not clear to me. The seed you will to grow the tree or to make research?
To make research about this tree in plant tissue culture.
But why seeds only? Because
Yes.
Engineer Ghanem has mentioned that there are so many other things can be used. The
No,
trunk, the leaves, maybe seeds.
In my topics, we need the seeds in order to get the sterilized seedling of this plant, because these seedlings we use it as a source of explant to complete the process of a plant tissue culture.
Just talk about it. It may be difficult to open it again.
Okay. لا بس خلاص. First of all, thank you for your question. Seeds is what we call it in Arabic. It's too thin to collect it. too thin, means like a small, the thickness is like this one, maybe.
No problem.
Okay?
For us,
The-
no problem.
No. That's what I'm telling you. And it doesn't take a lot of time if it's not getting in the soils. I will explain it. That's why if it's getting in time on soils, then it will grow up. If it isn't getting in the soil in the time, it will die. This is one. That's why we don't collect the seeds for a future. We collect this in the mountain themselves, and we get it in the same time. So, and the other, the what you call it, نسبة الإنبات نسبة الإنبات فهم growing percentage is around 16%. 16, 18, 16, something like. It's very little. This is one. So I told you it's not the monsoon now, so I cannot collect it. If it's the monsoon, it will be April, May, April. So.
Any more questions?
ما عليه. تكلم عادي.
It's good to mention your name.
small stones for building. Because these aggregates or small stones is calcium carbonate. And we use it for blocks, for building. So we have crusher, we collect this and we make a crusher. Then we use them for block, for building. So since Wadi, all these frankincense are in Wadi. Long time back. And it accumulates small stones. So like aggregate.
Question, do you believe
No. But so people, they need to use this kind of valleys or wadis for mining, to take these stones and to make blocks to build our city. So now the impact is there. It will be impact from mining of this from wadis, since the trees are in the trees exist in the wadis. But myself, I studied in that area, and I told you only 4 hectares. There are another impact from mining, but since the government will give license, here, Ministry of Environment, it will give license for mining to make crusher and collect this kind of aggregates. So then maybe they might control this, or they might make rules and conditions on the companies who are excavating and taking this kind of aggregate. They have to make rules and to reduce the impact. And also, one of the regulations, if they remove some trees from the wadi or valley while they are excavating or mining the stones, then they have to replant or plant another trees. Or sometimes they say 7 trees. If you plant 7 trees instead of the one which impacted, remove it.
Thank you very much. So one more question, please. Yes.
My question, Saadat Muhandis Ghanim, you mentioned in your presentation uses of Boswellia in a religious place, in a different religious place. According to you, what properties we look for to use this plant in a religious place? For what properties?
We have the mic here. Okay.
ايضا كميه من المر، شجره المر. هذا الجانب الديني في ثقافه المعتقدات القديمه او الدينيه الرسوليه. وفي المعتقدات الاخرى تستخدم مع التحضير الجانب الاخر. وذكرت الحضاره السومريه، يعني اقدم حضاره استخدمت الكتابة هي الحضارة السومرية في بلاد الرافدين، وذكرته بالاسم السومري. إيه. أنا مطلع السومرية أول حضارة استخدمت الكتابة وذكرت فيها اللبان، وذكر فيما ذكر على ذمة الراوي، أنا ما أخذ الذمة، أنهم يستخدموه في البوابة للخروج إلى العالم الآخر المكان الآخر ويستخدمون ما يسمى باللبان الذكر، لكن علميا لا يوجد لبان ذكر. يوجد لبان طري ولبان جاف بكافة أنواعه، يستطيع الإنسان أنه يستخدمه في أشكال مختلفة. وبعدين بس إضافة للسؤال اللي سأله الأخ على بالنسبة للأشجار، الأشجار اللي عندنا نحن في ظفار 80% تقريبا إذا ما أنا غلطان في مناطق لا يوجد فيها استخدامات بشرية، يعني البشر مش متواجدين عندها 80%، فلا خوف من أنها تتأثر بالاستخدامات البشرية. لا، بعض المناطق صح صار فيها لأنها نزلت إلى الأماكن، يعني ذكرها الألماني هو وزوجته لما زاروا عمان في القرن الثامن عشر أعتقد، ذكروها وقالوا أن هذه المنطقة قد تكون مزروعة بهذه الأشجار لأنها منطقة ساحلية أقرب إلى الساحل.
شكرا جزيلا. I think we have one more question here.
My name is Ali Al-Hadi. I'm just asking a question on behalf of my college, some Chinese college. They're asking where we can see this Frankenstein tree, because seeing is believing. They want to be close to the...
Professor Rashan will answer this question. Where they are going to see the tree? I think you have a program tomorrow to show them the site.
Yes, tomorrow we will move from university campus at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
We'll go to Dorka first, and then we will go to Balid Museum.
Okay.
And then we will take them to Al-Hafa.
سوق market, yeah. Okay, clear. Okay,
So
thank
you're
you.
seeing the sites as well as the markets of Luban. In fact, maybe we can have one last question, and you would have really achieved a perfect timing with all the delays and some skipping lectures. So, last question, or we'll end the session. Okay, great. So I would like to thank all the speakers for their interesting lectures and also the very exciting discussions. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
فكر مثلا تعيش انا برنامج
وزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه، وبرعاية معالي الأستاذة الدكتورة رحمة بنت إبراهيم المحروقية وزيرة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار. هذا الحدث العلمي الرائد يجمع نخبة من 17 دولة حول العالم، ويشارك فيه 17 متحدثا من عمان وألمانيا وسويسرا والسويد والنمسا وكندا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وبريطانيا وفرنسا.
خلي عيد له. يلا بصالح يلا بصالح افتح المايك افتح المقبل. خلي ده يسوي دبل كليك، خليه يبعد الماوس يبعد الماوس. يلا شغال نهاية تنزعش فوق ما تنزعش حتى لو دي نزل كان هيركب زيادة. ليش يقول 480 شغال؟ ليش يقول 480 480 ليش يقول 480 دي يكمل. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول المرسلين. من بلاد الرافدين إلى أرض صراط الرحمن أجلس أمامكم وأقف بين يديكم. اليوم ليس البحث أو المخترع بل بصفتي إنسان شهد مرارا وتكرارا جروحا ومعاناة صامتة، وأتحدث عن معاناة ملايين بل ألوف الملايين من المرضى مرضى قدم السكر والجانجري الذين يواجهون خطر البتر. كانت رؤيتي بسيطة أن يتم الشفاء دون الحاجة إلى البتر وأن تنتصر الإنسانية على الألم. ومن هذه الرؤية طورت علاجا مبتكرا يمزج بين الطبيعة والعلوم الحديثة ليمنح الأمل للمرضى. هذا الإنجاز هو دليل على أن المستحيل يمكن أن يتحقق بفضل الله. ثم بالعلم الصادق والإصرار رسالتي إلى العالم في أن علاج المعاناة الإنسانية يجب أن يكون متاحا للجميع دون القيود ودون حدود براءات الاختراع. شكرا لكم وشكرا لجميع الذين آمنوا أن الطب ليس مجرد مهنة بل هو رسالة إنسانية يجب أن تصل إلى الجميع. رأيت أرواحا تكتب وليس أطرافا تكتب. هذه الأرواح بفضل الله عز وجل من علينا بإيجاد علاج ينهي هذه المعاناة بفضله ومنه. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تقديري وشكري لجميع الحاضرين من علماء ومفكرين ومخترعين في هذه القاعة المباركة. أسأل الله العظيم أن يحفظ جامعة ظفار ويحفظ بلادنا وبلادكم من كل سوء بكل أقسامها وجزاكم الله خيرا. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين. حبينا نعرض هذا الفيديو
الحقيقة على حضراتكم كمبادرة طرحها الشيخ مضر من محافظة نينوى الموصل العراق، وأود أن أبلغ الآن بأن جامعة ظفار إن شاء الله سوف تتبنى عملية إكمال الدراسات المطلوبة حسب التصنيف العالمي واللي تتمثل بالدراسات السمية والدراسات الصيدلانية حتى نثبت ما هي المواد الفعالة وكيف يتم عملية التئام الجرح وإلى آخره من أمور. شكرا يعني على قاطعنا الجلسة، بس حبيت أن يعني أبلغكم بهذه الرسالة مع شكري وتقديري.
من أرض اللبان العماني ومن قلب محافظة ظفار تنطلق فعاليات الملتقى الدولي الثالث حول اللبان والنباتات الطبية في جامعة ظفار، وبالتعاون مع وزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه، وبرعاية معالي الأستاذة الدكتورة رحمة بنت إبراهيم المحروقية وزيرة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار. هذا الحدث العلمي الرائد يجمع نخبة من 17 دولة حول العالم، ويشارك فيه 17 متحدثاً من عمان وألمانيا وسويسرا والسويد والنمسا وكندا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وبريطانيا وفرنسا وإيطاليا والصين والهند واستراليا ومصر والعراق والإمارات والسعودية والجزائر وسوريا وإيران، ليشكل منصة علمية عالمية تبحث في ثروات ظفار النباتية وإمكاناتها الطبية. جامعة ظفار الرائدة في مجال البحث العلمي قادت خلال السنوات الثلاث الماضية العديد من الدراسات المتقدمة حول اللبان العماني ومكوناته باستخدام أجهزة وتقنيات معقدة ومتطورة، أثمرت عن نتائج مبشرة في دعم أمراض الجهاز العصبي مثل الزهايمر والباركنسون، إلى جانب أمراض مرتبطة بجهاز المناعة. ولم يتوقف الإنجاز عند البحث فقط، بل طورت الجامعة 12 منتجاً طبياً متنوعاً من اللبان العماني على شكل أقراص وكبسولات ومراهم، مع آفاق مستقبلية لإنتاج المزيد من المنتجات النوعية غير المتوفرة عالمياً. كما شملت الأبحاث مجالات جديدة مثل صحة الفم واللثة بالتعاون مع جامعات بريطانية مرموقة. يركز الملتقى على محورين رئيسيين: الأول يستعرض آخر المستجدات الطبية والصيدلانية للبان العماني ومقارنته بالأنواع الأخرى عالمياً، فيما يركز المحور الثاني على الاستدامة الزراعية ودراسة النباتات الطبية في محافظة ظفار، بما يسهم في تعزيز الأمن الصحي والغذائي. وبهذا الملتقى تؤكد جامعة ظفار دورها في ربط العلم بالمجتمع وترسيخ مكانة سلطنة عمان كمركز عالمي في أبحاث اللبان والنباتات الطبية، مسخرة هذه الثروة الطبيعية الفريدة لخدمة التنمية المستدامة وصحة الإنسان.
أنا تشير مش محتاجة دي. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Reem El-Gendi, and I'll be chairing this session. Can I ask that everyone please put their mobiles on silence so that we can focus on the presentations? And can I ask the presenters to stick to the time? Without further ado, I'd like to invite Professor Asma Abdulaziz Ali to present the combined effect of Nereum oleander cold leaf extract and some selected Omani frankincense Brucella scara oleogum resin on the parasite-causing cystic in echinococcisis in vitro effect. Thank you.
بإيد اليسار ما أسيطر. Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The other presentation today is the combined effect of Nereum oleander cold leaf extract. Is the control? Oh, thank you. Okay. The combined effect of Nereum oleander cold leaf extract and selected Omani frankincense Boswellia sacra oleogum resin extracts on the parasite causing cystic echinococcosis in vitro effect. Hydatid disease or echinococcosis or hydatidosis caused by the infection of the larval stage of Echinococcus granulosus. The main two species that infect men, but the vast majority of individuals are infected with Echinococcus granulosus. The two species are Echinococcus granulosus and Echinococcus multilocularis. The adult worm consists of head, scolex, neck, immature, mature, and gravid proglottid, which is consisting of eggs only, filled with eggs. The scolex is provided with rostellum, which is provided with rows of hooks and 4 suckers for the attachment to the intestine, dog intestine, the final host. Humans as sheep serve as intermediate hosts in the parasite's life cycle. In humans, of course, the humans are accidental or incidental intermediate hosts. In a human, the liver is most commonly affected organ, 50% to 70% of cases. Then lungs, 25%, and arterial system, 5 to 10%. This figure shows the life cycle of Echinococcus granulosus. The final hosts are dogs, whereas the intermediate hosts are more than 70 types of ungulates, sheep, cattle, goats, camel, horses, etc. In addition to humans, which are, as I said, infected accidentally or incidentally. Infection of intermediate host by the eggs in food or water contaminated with the stool of dogs, and infection of final host are by the livers or lungs containing hydatid cyst. This figure shows hydatid cyst embedded in the liver. Other figures show the hydatid cysts are embedded in the brain. Hydatid disease endemic, especially in the Mediterranean, Middle East, Far East, and South Africa. Of course, remains asymptomatic because the growth of cysts are too slowly. Common symptoms include fatigue, abdominal pain. Complications include jaundice, hepatomegaly, or anaphylaxis due to the rupture of leakage of the cyst. Diagnosis depends on immunodiagnostic methods alongside with radiological methods in combination with the clinical findings. Albendazole and mebendazole are the drugs for choice in treating small cysts after operations or after surgery. Herbal medicine to treat hydatid cysts can be an alternative therapy because it is cheaper, safer, and with no side effects in comparison to albendazole and other synthetic moieties. Herbal extracts are used for a long time in prevention treatment of a variety of chronic conditions due to the multi-targeted characteristics. Nerium oleander, also named as Nerium indica, a wide range of potential activities include anti-cancer, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory properties. On the other hand, also used in traditional Arab medicine as anti-inflammatory, anti-diabetic, anti-cancer, indigestion, malaria, leprosy, mental diseases, and others. Nerium oleander family Apocyanaceae are present in subtropical regions, Mediterranean basin, Arabian Peninsula, and Southwest Asia. The only species belonging to the genus Nerium. Also, it's an ornamental plant in parks and gardens, has a long history in ancient Europe. All parts of oleander are toxic due to the presence of steroidal glycosides and non-steroidal glycosides. In recent years, considerable attention paid to oleander following the promising results of the 2 patented extracts accomplished by Professor Louis Rochan and his colleagues. An Anversal, a hot water patented extract obtained from the leaves of Nerium oleander, and Bristine, a cold water patented extract obtained from the leaves of Nerium oleander. Major components of Bristine, the phytochemical profiling revealed the monoglycosidic cardenolides such as adenyrin, neritalocyte, odoroside A, odoroside H, oleandrin, and vandiroside as major bioactive secondary metabolites of Bristine. This figure shows HNMR profile of Bristine, aromatics, sugars, and cardioglycosides. Also, this figure spectra of Bristine in positive and negative ionization modes. Boswellia sacra gum resin possesses a wide range of potential activities, include anti-cancer, immunostimulator, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-arthritic, hypoglycemic, and anti-asthma. This figure shows Boswellia sacra of Wadi Dauka and gum resin. And this figure shows Boswellia sacra gum resin after incision operation. Chemical composition of frankincense oleogum resin is a complex mixture primarily composed of terpenoids, including boswellic acid, triterpenoids, and monoterpenes like alpha-pinene and limonene, etc., diterpenes. We talked about the composition in details in the previous presentation. In addition to polysaccharides, gum has smaller amounts of other components like esters and alcohols. Precise chemical profile can vary significantly according to the frankincense species, geographic location, climate, and harvesting conditions. Therefore, the current work was undertaken to study the combined effect of Nerium oleander colored leaf extract, named Bristine, and some selected Omani frankincense Boswellia sacra extracts obtained from oleogum resin. To the best of our knowledge, these combined extracts has not been explored before on hydatid disease. So, according to epidemiological studies, hydatid disease is still endemic. Middle East, including the Gulf region, is still with the varying rates of infection. The study aimed also to find out a herbal treatment for intermediate hosts, sheep, cattle, camels, and goats instead of albendazole and other because of its side effects. Isolation hydathisis, I talked about this topic also in the morning session. According to the authenticated methods, hydathisis obtained from the slaughterhouse in Mosul city, open to check the viability of protoscolysis. This figure shows hydathisis in the liver of sheep. Vitality was assessed by 0.1% EOC. Then the protoscolysis get the red stain, and alive protoscolysis stained light green because they exclude the pigment. The following extracts were used in the current study to investigate their effects of protoscolysis of Echinococcus granulosus in vitro, and their efficacy was compared to albendazole drug. These extracts are BS7 acid fraction, BS8 upper part of the acid fraction, NO11 pristine extract, NOBS7-1 filtrate obtained from combined extract, NOBS7-3 and the zole part combined extract, BS7 and NO11, NOBS8-1 filtrate obtained from combined extract, NOBS8-3 and zole part combined extract in addition to albendazole. Preparation of a stock solution. All solutions are prepared 30 milligram per ml, 10 folds of cereal delusions for testing for albendazole, 200 milligram are dissolved in 10% DMSO. So the solubility, we will varying degrees of solubility, as you see, after 80 minutes, after 20 minutes, after, of course, after grinding with pestle, sieve, and water bath. So the in vivo result is in progress, and the mice were injected protoscolysis and will be dissected next October. The mortality rate of different extracts revealed that BS7 showed the highest or maximum mortality rate after 20, 35, 50 minutes at the concentration 3 microgram, at the concentration 30, 97 and 107 after 20, 35 and 50 minutes. In comparison to the crude, 19.17% after 60 minutes. NOBS7-1, 56% after 50 minutes at the concentration 30 microgram. The crude 57% after 50 minutes. Undissolved NOBS7, 56% after 50 minutes in the crude extract. Also, filtrate NOBS8, 63 the maximum mortality rate, 63 percent after 50 minutes in comparison to albendazole, 25% and 22% at the concentration 50-100 and in comparison to DMSO. So conclusions, our recent data indicated that acid fraction Boswellia saccharogram resin showed the highest activity compared to pristine combined extract of Nerium oleander and Boswellia sacchara and OBS8, combined extract filtrate of Nerium oleander and Boswellia sacchara and OBS7, and albendazole standard drug. No prominent synergistic effect was observed between the combined extracts at in vitro level. However, no antagonistic effects between all extracts was seen. These observations will be confirmed by the in vivo results, which will be accomplished next October. Thank you very much. at the time.
Just enough.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ahmed. Are there any questions?
شلتوا المايك العفو. بس بدي اسحبني هذه بس ممكن نخلي لي. شكرا.
Thank you for your presentation. I was asking you said that frankincense with
Oleogum resin.
Oleogum. What's oli? We have two. To frankincense oli.
I calculated the extracts, all the extracts, BS7, BS8, BS2.
No. I mean the kind of the solution which you get it, the extract from oli gum, is it?
Yes.
I need to know the oli. Is it Duvaric oli or is it another species?
Is it?
From the Duvaris oli from here. From here?
No, from the farm.
We have two kinds. We have two kinds. One we call it tuf, one we call it second for this oli.
Yes.
And the tooth has different used in local. So that's why I'm asking you.
As well as
No need.
Okay.
You can hear me.
Okay.
We, in our research center, provided them with the oleo gum resin extract that obtained from Boswellia sacra, Najdi type.
Najdi type.
The gum resin
okay.
was extracted using ethanol, methanol, water, acetone, chloroform, dimethyl, etc.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm asking. I'm asking only about the oli itself. We have two kinds. Okay.
Never heard about what you are.
Okay. Yeah. You get it from Negdaria?
Yeah.
And that's second.
Yeah.
Big one.
Oh, sure.
Thanks again to Professor Asma for a very interesting presentation. And now we have a presentation by engineer Saeed Tabouk, and he will talk to us about the Camerot Ipomia nil, a multi-purpose medicinal plant of the far.
Different name. My name is Qureshi Muhammad. This Qureshi Muhammad. It was a typing mistake.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. It's
Habib, Professor Habib, I told him. He said it is corrected in this one.
okay.
Anyway, no problem.
Sorry, so it's Professor, it's engineer.
Engineer Qureshi Muhammad.
Qureshi Muhammad. It's not engineer Saeed Tabouk. Sorry about the mistake. Yeah.
Where is that? With you? Camerot. On the screen monitor. Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wassalatu wassalamu alayka ya Rasulullah. Mic on? Yeah. Sorry. So, thank you very much, my respected guest, as well as the audience all. We will speak about one plant which is called as locally Khamrut. Yeah, I have, my name is Engineer Qureshi Muhammad. I have been working in Oman.
Maybe this one, I will stick it here.
Maybe this is not working. Huh?
It's working. Okay, talk. Have a talk.
Hello? Yeah.
You are in booking.
So, I work in Royal Court Affairs, Royal Razat Farm, which is one of the biggest farm in Oman, the biggest farm in Oman. And we have a section of medicinal plants and many other local Dufari plants. So we start with that one. And Nabat Khamrut is Ipomia nil. And it's a multi-purpose medicinal plants. And most of the research has been done everywhere, especially in Brazil and India. There is a lot of research. In Oman, all the people, Jabali people, they know, and other Omani Salalah people, they know about the value of this plant. We can go to other one. Yeah. As you all know, Dhofar region is very popular for the area-wise. It is 100,000 kilometers in south of Oman, and you have main source of frankincense travels. Even it was mentioned with Ibn Battuta when he traveled, and Marco Polo many years back as a frankincense export. And before that, people knows here it was exported to Rome and Italy and Vatican and other places, and locally used all the time. And physical geography of the barren plant, climate, 3 months, monsoon, kharif, and this is about the Dhofar region. You all know about that. But there are 750 flora species, including 50 endemic plants, which is a really big amount, and which contributes to the Sultanate of Oman 75% of total biodiversity here. This is a big one. Now, with the science and family, Dhofari name is Kamruth, and English name is Blue Morning Glory, Arabic name Habn al-Lil, and in Persian they used to call Tukhm al-Nil, Tukhm Nil. Botanical name Ipomea nil, family Convolvulaceae, genus Ipomea, species, that's one. Origin of Kamruth plant is in tropical countries, mostly in the Central Americas and other things. But by the time it has gone from there to all over the world, now it's all the tropical region from Brazil, Indonesia, and even Australia, it is there available. You know what happens? It is a beautiful flower when you look, because when you go to the Jabal, I have been here a long time. We used to see 20 years, 25 years, many Jabals, they have all the blue flowers immediately after the Kharif season. But now we saw it, it's slowly disappearing and not available, because you have to look for everywhere. Then, regarding the plant, this is growing in Salalah, a plant which is creeper, the stem round, angular, 4 stem, and this and 10 to 15 centimeter long, and a big leaf, heart shape. Flower and buds. Flower, it takes about the plant, when you plant it, it takes about 70 days to flower first, and it's naturally available in the Jabal area, olden time. Now it's very sparse, you don't see anywhere in some places. It was especially in Wadi Darbat, it was lot when you enter on the right side. Now nothing. Even Ainarzat is nothing. Very few here and there plants. The good thing of this flower is a strange thing, is a long tube flower, blue color, and that blue color gives the name of Nil. That Nil is blue in this part of the world language. The funnel-shaped flower. The interesting thing with this flower is it's called as morning glory, because it starts at early morning, 8 o'clock, and in Salalah disappears by 11:30. The flower does not stay more than 4 hours. In between time, it is pollinated generally by honeybees and other wasp or anything which has the long proboscis to go inside and make it. Fruits, capsule, fruits. They produce plenty of fruits. It's very simple, and you can see these all buds and other things. When the flower dries up, not dries up, when it shrinks, you will find the bulb, and 4 seeds are inside the bulb. Then when it dries, the seed takes 35. After flowering, it takes about 35 days to make the seed hard, and by nature, it's spread itself. Lekin we have growing it from last 10 years. We produce some of the seeds, and we do all this research work. It's a very heavy seed. 100 seeds count for 15 grams. As the previous speakers spoken about the many other Dhofari plants and seeds and other things, They have a lot of, it was used traditionally in Jebel area because mostly it is antioxidant and many things are there inside. Especially it was used for head lice. The lady used to powder it and put on like a foam, and you can kill all the lice on the head. It was very easy to kill without any chemical. And then it wash and it gives the lush black color of the hairs. Seed grounded and mixed with water and this. You don't need to put any other thing, just put in ground in the water, ground and make it paste. Shampoo and wash hairs and other things like that. These are the seeds which are just like potato wedge shape. It's a different type of seeds, very heavy, and this one. Then we make the powder to make it shampoo. You just grind it, make the powder, and make it shampoo. Very easy. We have tried ourselves, and it gives you good, better than Sunsilk or any other shampoo. Pulverize and these things. Then you have potential use, compounds, ingredients, and all these things, environmental stress versatile. Actually, the potential uses of these seeds can be done lot available, because we have not done much, because we need to have research on that potential uses in the future. But nowadays, the olden story is all these other products like cleaning, this washing, this one. Nowadays, they are using in the cosmetics. The oil from Kamrut is used in the cosmetics, very valuable, high price one. And they are using for this one. Composition of Kamrut offers wealth of opportunity for the development of novel pharmaceuticals, natural health product, cosmetics, skin care, anti-aging properties. If you take the juice and put it, you will find fresh face for you. And anti-aging product, eczema. And the time the people before the medical sciences and other things, the people were using it to make any eczema. And even the mastitis of cows and human beings, they were just rubbing it and pressing, the mastitis is controlled, antibacterial activity. Plus in the animals, they put in the eyes, when the eyes get ulcers or something, they used to put the drop of this one, and you can control that problem. So olden days it was used as a medicine for the animal health as well as the human beings. Now Royal Razat Farm, we just started from last few years to make the seed propagation, because it is not easy to find the seed nowadays. Then we started growing it, few numbers of plants, maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and we harvest the crop. We just plant before Kharif, monsoon season, and then we harvest after 90 days like that. It is about total cycle of the crop is 5 months. And wonderful thing, it grows very well in the Salalah plain. Before it was assumed that it is growing only in the Jebel area. But when you bring down, it's fantastically growing and produce a very heavy crop. This is the lines which we do with the modern irrigation system, drip irrigation. But the season is only the Kharif. After Kharif, it will not do very well. It means after October, November, the plant is not doing very well. Now what we did, me and my engineer friend, when we realize there is a problem with the seed production and other things like that, because what happens when the seed germinates, before it gets the seed formation, flower and seed, the animal grazing is there. So the animal will eat out all the plants before they start producing the seeds. So now we started to throw the seeds on the mountain. We broadcasted some of the seeds for the future of the crop to protect the environment and maintain this plant. So we spread the seed. We have propagated, yani we just go beginning of the Kharif and put it there. So they start germinating and they continue. Now we decided last 2-3 years we found when we put in the plains, the plants are growing, animals are eating. Then we have say, okay, we'll put on the mountains where the animals cannot go. Now you can see the plants growing on the top and producing, seeding itself. Now this is the successful results of previous years. Last 3-4 years we are planting. This is Ain Arzat. Now it was not there, but when we put about 3 months before the seeds, now it's producing and flowering. So this is our aim, to preserve the local crop in a proper way without disturbing the nature and this one. Now this year we realize if you put on the top of the mountain or on the slopes, the animals will not eat. This is one of the things which we are doing. And these are the references. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Did you try to grow it in the open, not in the open area?
Yes, it is.
Outside of the Kharif season, it can be grown.
It is not doing very well. It's only in Kharif time which comes very good. After that, it's not coming. Yeah, the reason is number one, it doesn't maybe tolerate the high temperature or something like that. Number one. Number two, the insect population is high. That particular, you get a lot of Lepidopterous pest, which eats the leaves, will completely make the net of it. But you are right, we can try. We tried in October, November, December, but we could not succeed as this time because it needs about 3 months to get the good vegetation with the monsoon climate. High humidity, moderate temperature. When the temperature goes up and dry weather, it doesn't produce that much seeds. And we collected the seeds. Every year we are doing this practice.
About use the leaves and other parts, not only.
You are right, sir. I missed that point. You can use the leaf, crush it, and put on your head and body. You can clean the whole, even the dry skin which is on your body, it will be removed. Like Vaseline and something what you put there. So these are many prospects, but now some we left to the other researchers to do the things in future and utilize this plant, the best, one of the best plants, and many people knows here how we can use it in the future. We produce the seed. Some of the oil companies, they come and take from us seed 10 kilo, 20 kilo, 50 kilo in Salala. They make, no, seeds. Yeah.
They make oil.
They make oil and very expensive oil, and they mix some percentage, maybe 1% in the lotions and others, and it's working. So we are trying to make it more research on it with the researchers who, the Brazil is doing a lot of research and using in cosmetics.
Even in India.
Even in India, yes. Like in high tech.
Why is it you want to make on camelot, not on the other species?
Other region.
We have to.
Yeah.
We have to the same. They're doing the same.
Who do the other variety species? Yeah, there are 51 species of the Ipomia, which is, you can say, the same. There is one Ipomia hardacea. Now you can get the herbal medicine for your cough and chest cleaning and everything. Even if you go to clinical shop pharmacy, you will find it. Ipomia hardacea. That is there. But this has the same potential with that. It's easily grown. Yeah. And then that is little bit not blue color, more on purplish side, the flowers.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I would like to thank the speaker again.
You are welcome. In the last, we thankful to the Dhofar University and all your guys to listening and giving us opportunity to talk to about this plant. Because we are on the agriculture side, so we think on not much pharmaceutical side, how to grow the crop, when to use, how to produce the crop. Once it is produced, the other researcher will do the job. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Now we have Mr. Mohammed Al-Nabif Al-Shanasi, and he will be speaking about investment in the environment for sustainable and community well-being.
Yes, why not? Why?
في عندي 3 ملفات عاوزين واحد هنا يفتح ملف بعد ملف. اوكي يكفيها؟ مشكلة. ركب لي اس بي على هذا.
ثواني بس بشغل كيو ار كود على اساس الاتندنس الحضور للجميع بس يصوروا.
اوكي جزاك الله. كذا يكون صوت واضح. أحتاج أقف هنا علشان
ثواني بس.
أوكي ما في مشكلة.
Can all of you scan the code for the attendance, please?
كشاف الوجه ما مشكلة. ممكن يلتقطوا الصورة من بعيد. ممكن من بعيد تصور من بعيد يعني عادي.
وتتصور أنت بعد؟
لا بيصوروا الأخوان بس عشان الملف يعني.
هذا هو وين الملف؟
شوي في ثلاث. افتح لي آخر هم كم 4 هم. لا افتح آخر واحد. إنه لا مش هذا. لا مش هذا. في ملف ثاني. في ملف ثاني USB ثاني.
لا هو هذا بس.
أيوة.
أو شيء سعودي تكنولوجي أو شيء.
أيوة أوكي. افتح آخر واحدة.
هذا.
إيه آخر واحدة. لا افتح الآن بالقلب. هو المفروض تكون هاي فوق. أيوة هذه وبعدها واحدة. أوكي. أوكي ابدأ من هنا واللي بعده والسعودي آخر واحدة.
خلاص تمام.
وبعدين نقدر نحرك الصفحات.
أيوة خليهم شغالين الحين.
أيوة. أوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أيها الأخوة أقدم نفسي أولا. محمد الظريف الشامسي باحث في الاستخدامات الدوائية للنباتات الصحراوية. النباتات البرية احنا اخترناها لأنها بعيدة عن العبث الهندسي والأسمدة الكيماوية والمبيدات الحشرية. فبدأنا من قبل 25 سنة في أبحاث وتجارب. فولله الحمد. طبعا كان عندنا تواصل مع أستاذنا البروفيسور لؤي. والآن نريد أن نعرف على أنفسنا لأنه دائما النظرة لنا كمؤسسات صغيرة ووطنية دائما احنا نعاني من النظرة الدونية. فنريد أن نعرفكم على أنفسنا علشان نقدر نتحدث معكم ونأخذ ونعطي. هذه أمريكان جورنال التي هذه طبعا للابتكارات التي نشرت. أنا ما أعرف إذا كان هذا التي نشرت لشراب للربو والحساسية الارتكارية. وترون هنا نتائج الربو وهذه نتائج الارتكارية. طبعا أنا ما أريد أستغرق كثير من وقتكم. هذه الارتكارية أيضا. فإذا هذه باختصار مجلة واحدة. نريد أن نغير على الأخرى. أستاذي بس صغير على الله يجزاك خير عشان ما تعبك معي. التي بعدها أيوة نعم. هذه أيضا أحد المجلات المشهورة Q1 في الهربل ميديسن. هؤلاء نشروا عن الهربل ميديسن عندنا اللي هو اوينتمنت، والعجيب أن هذا النشر حصل على ترشيح لجائزة أفضل بحث في هذا المجال. وترون الأمراض هذه الارتكارية والصدفية والأكزيما وحب الشباب كل هذه تعالج بهذا المرهم الرائع. هذا المرهم مكون طبيعي تستطيع أن تأكله ما عندك مشكلة. زين، الموضوع الثالث أخي وهو يمكن نريد أن نتوسع فيه وتركناه في الأخير. هذا النشر العلمي في مجلة علم السموم السعودية، واحنا اخترنا السعودية طبعا مع العلم أن هناك مجلات أخرى في جنوب أفريقيا وغيرها كانوا يريدون أن ينشروا لأنه نريد في بيئتنا. هذا تم التوصل إليه بعد حوالي 20 سنة من الأبحاث. هذا مبيد حشري مكون من نوعين، نوع زيتي وهو للاستخدام الحيواني، وأملشن يستخدم للحيوان وللنبات. هذا يخلط باليد ويرش على الأكل ثم يؤكل، ما عنده مشكلة. تم تجربته في المركز الأعلى للأبحاث في إمارة أبو ظبي، وهي أعلى مركز عندنا، على 604 أنواع من البستسايد not detected. ثم تم إجراء تجارب على السمية والمعادن الثقيلة كلها دون المصرح به من منظمة الصحة العالمية. طبعا هذا احنا ما نتكلم عن تحاليل، نتكلم عن دراسات كاملة للموضوع. بعد هذه الدراسات أيضا طلبنا بيت الخبرة في المركز الأعلى عندنا في الدولة، وراجعوا التقارير وأقروها وكتبوا في ذلك. فإذا هذا الآن المنتج. أنا بس أنقلكم إلى صفحات شوية سريعة. هذا جرب على النيماتودا لشجرة التين. احنا طبعا اضطرينا نخلعها عشان ترون الصورة، وخلعها يوجعها طبعا، كان ممكن تعالج بالنيماتودا بدون. هذه شوف التواريخ يمكن بعد أسبوع أسبوعين 3. طيب هذه التجارب في صلالة، ما أعرف أنا هذه أشهر الآن ولا. هذه شجرة المانجو موجودة هنا في صلالة، وكانت مصابة بالبق الدقيقي. جئنا أنا والأخوان ورشيناها، وبعد شهرين الأخ بعث لنا الصورة هذه فلم نصدق، قلنا له لا يمكن، يعني هذه معجزة. فطلبنا من أخونا يصور الفرع الذي جاي على الجدار نفسه علشان نؤكد أنها نفسها. وهذه أيضا شجرة من أحد الفواكه للبق الدقيقي. نرجع ورا شوي. هذه هذه للأغنام والإبل من الجرب والقرع. وهذه الناقة موجودة في المهرة اللي هي قريب من الحدود العمانية. هذه كانت يعني على شرف أن تموت يعني أو على وشك أن تموت بسبب الإصابة الشديدة، وبعثنا له لبعد المسافة علبة واحدة. وانظروا الناقة كيف صارت. هذا من جانب المستحضرات. إذن احنا الآن جينا لمهمة أخرى، احنا جينا نعرف على أنفسنا، وما دام منتجاتنا تعلن في الجرائد العلمية وفي أمريكا وفي كل مكان، فإذا يجب أن نأخذ مكاننا صراحة الحقيقي في البحث. نحن لا نبحث في المختبرات، احنا حقيقة ننفذ ما يتوصل له الخبراء والباحثين في الجامعات، ونقوم احنا بتنفيذه ووضعه في متناول الناس. طبعا عندنا الآن الأدوية تعالج الربو، تعالج السورياسيس. أنا تكلمت بالعربي، ما أعرف موافقين ولا أحول الإنجليزي؟ أوكي، بس أنا تكلمت العربي. عفوا دكتور، أنا رحت مع العربي ومفروض أتكلم بالإنجليزي، ما عندي مشكلة. فعندنا الصدفية تعالج، والأكزيما تعالج، وطبعا الربو قلنا يعالج، والارتكاريا والعقم عند الرجال، وأنجبوا كثير. وأحد الحالات في صلالة هنا للعقم اللي عنده 6 سنوات 7 سنوات الآن ينجب الحمد لله. وأيضا الجيوب الأنفية، بخاخ صغير، والقطرة للعين كلها أنتي فيروس. الأنتي فيروس هذه تم إجراء دراسة عليها في المركز القومي للبحوث في مصر في قسم الفيروسات. فصراحة نغطي كثير. ثم الآن دخلنا إلى جانب العلاجات الحيوانية، لأن هي أيضا مصدر غذانا، وهذه الحيوانات ترش بالمبيد الحشري. لا يقول لي أحد في هذا البيئة أو في هذا الكون أنه هو آمن من المبيدات. المبيدات ترش المساء، والصبح تقدم لنا سلطات وفواكه. ومن يقول لي أنه هو ضامن أن ما يعطي أولاده لهذه فعليه أن يقدم الدليل. إحنا الآن نقدم البديل ولله الحمد، وأبشركم أنه طلع أكثر فعالية من المبيدات السمية. يعني بعض الحالات موثقة عندنا بالفيديوهات التي لم تستجب 2 للإبر وللمبيدات السمية استجابت خلال 10 أيام. فهذه من جانب. نرجع الآن إلى موضوعنا الأصلي وهو اللبان، والدكتور ما شاء الله دائما يحثنا على هذا. أولا أنا أكلمكم كخبير في صاحب مصنع ولي 20 سنة، قبلها أنا أيضا كنت موظف في الحكومة وفي موظف كبير. كل نبتة على وجه الأرض أنا ممكن أعمل منها الشامبو، أي نبتة. واللبان إحنا عملنا منه الشامبو وعملنا منه الكريمات ونعمل من الورق. زين. والآن الناس يتكلموا عن زيت اللبان، وأنا جايب زيت اللبان. هذا زيت اللبان أنا ما أستخلصه بطريقة التسخين والطريقة المتبعة، لأن الزيت العطري طيار ومتعرض للحرارة راح منك، وخاصة في الأجهزة التقليدية. إحنا نستخلصه بطريقة باردة. زين. الطريقة الباردة هي ما تعطيك زيت، هي تعطيك الزيت زايد الانجريدينت اللي في المادة نفسها. فهذا لو استخدم كطيب هو أيضا يعمل كولاجين، ويعمل كما ذكروا الإخوان إنه يعني كناتشرال كورتيزون. صحيح؟ فإذا إحنا نجمع شيئين في شيء واحد. كذلك النباتات الأخرى، عندنا نباتات طبية نطلع منها عطر، وهي في نفس الوقت هي عطر وهي علاج للحساسيات، للأكزيما. أعطيك عطر، زيت عطري وطيب هذا. فإذا في الحقيقة اللبان من النباتات التي يعول عليه كثير، وأنا بدأت له من السنة الماضية. إحنا قسم العطورات بدأ عندنا من السنة الماضية، بدأنا باللبان وانتجنا طبعا مجموعة كبيرة، وممكن ننتج الآن أي نبتة. لكن إحنا نعتبر مناطق ظفار وعمان عموما، لكن مناطق ظفار هذه خزينة من وثروة كبيرة لم تستغل. يا جماعة أنا أعرف نبتة وندوسها الناس برجولهم وتأكلها الإبل وتأكل الحيوانات، وأحد الأخوة أنا كلفته فقط. طبعا أنا عملنا عليها دراسة للهشاشة العظام والجبور، وأيضا دكتور جربت هذه النبتة على حالتين أجروا عمليات في أكبر مستشفى عندنا توام، وظلوا 2 شهرين لم تجبر الكسور. نساء عملوا تجميل أو تكسير 2 شهرين، أعطيناهم النبتة هذه كبودرة مع الحليب، خلال 20 يوم خرجوا من المستشفى. الرجل اللي كان هنا ودى لنا يقول لي الآن أنا عندي أكثر من حالات عالجتهم من الهشاشة العظام ومن الكسور بالنبتة هذه. فإذا
نبتة اسمها إيش؟
إحنا نسميها الصريو، أو في نوع ثاني يسمونه بعبع التيس عندنا هناك، اسمها العربي خزيمة الظبي. نعم. فإذا الآن الإشكالية اللي تحصل أنه ما كل واحد يجمع نبتة ويعطيها. صححني دكتور لو كنت أنا مخطئ. هناك معايير لازم تؤخذ، لازم تدرس، لازم نتأكد هل لها يعني مضرة على المدى القريب أو البعيد. وأهم من ذلك كله نحدد الجرعة. أنت لو أعطيت الإنسان جرعة أقل ما استفاد من النبتة. لو أعطيته جرعة أكثر ممكن تضره. يعني لو أخذ السنة مكي زايد حيصير عنده إسهال وبعدين ديهايدريشن. أخذ قليل ما راح يفيده حاجة. يلا خلص. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نعم. ما مش حقي أنا تقريبا باشيله.
Different natural products that he has created, anti-allergens, asthma, and cure for dermal diseases in animals. Our next speaker is Dr. Atiyya Fatima, design and synthesis of glaberridine analogs as potent and anti-cancer agents. Pardon me? You have a question for the previous? Okay. Can we do it in the break because we're running out of time? In the break? Okay. No, in the break because we're starting.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Atiyya Fatima, and first of all, I welcome you all and thanks for being here today. My name is Atiyya Fatima, and I'm working as a researcher at Research Center Dhofar University with Professor Louis. So in this presentation, I'll be discussing the key factors which are required to design an anti-estrogenic compounds and their synthesis. Is it audible now? Okay. Their synthesis and their anti-cancer activities. So let's begin this presentation by having a quick look on the cancer stats from last few years and also about some current medication which is being given to breast cancer patients because these factors provided us the motivation and rationale for conducting this study. So we'll just start for the cancer stats from last few years. As we know that cancer is a major cause of death worldwide. And from the report from 2020, around 10 million deaths occurred due to cancer. In females, breast cancer is the most common cause of cancer, and from the study from US, it is reported that approximately 1 in 8 women are most likely to be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime. Cancer, as you know, it develops by transformation of normal cells into tumorous cells. Normal cells have a life cycle, they proliferate and die. While tumorous cells, they somehow overcome the regulatory factors and they just show an uncontrolled growth. And at some stage, they start to spread within our body through bloodstream. And this stage is termed as metastasis. And this is the primary cause of cancer-related deaths. When it comes to medication, tamoxifen is the drug which is being given to breast cancer patients, both men and women. The only drawback associated with tamoxifen is that it causes uterine cancer. This is due to the fact that it is a selective estrogen receptor modulator. So these are the molecules which have differential action inside human body. That means some tissue they will act as agonists and others they will as an antagonist. For example, tamoxifen acts as an antagonist in the breast cancer cells. Means it reduces the cell growth, while at the same time in the endometrium or uterus it acts as agonist and it increases the cancer cell growth and thereby causes cancer. So these factors highlight the need for development of novel anti-cancer agents. So coming to our study, we isolated a molecule called glaberridine from the roots of licorice, that is Glycyrrhiza glabra. Glaberridine is an isoflavonoidic compound. This is the chemical structure of glaberridine here, and this compound showed remarkable anti-cancer activity. Means it showed IC50 value of 3 microgram per ml against MCF7 breast cancer cell lines, and it was also active against all the other tested cell lines, but the activity was above 10 microgram per ml. If we look at the reported modes of action of glabridin against cancer, it causes tumor cell it inhibits tumor cell progression, causes apoptosis, it causes cell cycle arrest, and inhibits angiogenesis in cancerous cells. So, when we look at the structural aspects of glabridin, it is a phytoestrogen. Means this because it is an isoflavonoid, it falls into the category of phytoestrogens. Phytoestrogens are actually a plant compound. They are polyphenolic, non-steroidal they have non-steroidal framework, and that's why therefore they act as they mimic estrogenic action inside mammalian body. Okay, and also they act as SERM, means they have selective estrogen receptor modulating characteristics due to their similarity with estradiol. Estradiol is a mammalian estrogen which mimics the which is responsible for all the female characteristics inside female body. At the same time, it is also the main hormone which is responsible for the proliferation of breast cancer cells. Glabridin also exhibits dose dependent effects. That means it at lower concentration it has estrogenicity. That means it proliferates the cancer cell growth at the concentration of 10 micromole. While at higher concentration, means concentration above 15 micromole, it shows anti-estrogenicity. At this concentration, it not only inhibits the growth of ER positive, but it also inhibits the growth of ER negative cells. That means it follows pathways which are independent of estrogen receptor. Okay. So now we know that glabridin is a phytoestrogen. It has a very good anti-cancer effect, but the only drawback associated with glabridin was that it is a phytoestrogen. That means it proliferates the cancer cell growth at a lower concentration. So we thought that somehow if estrogenicity of this molecule is checked, it can be transformed into anti-estrogen. So considering these aspects, we knew that we have to transform glabridin into an anti-estrogen. This figure below is a pictorial representation of the classic estrogenic and anti-estrogenic mechanisms. First one we see, this is estrogen. It enters the mammalian cell, it binds to the estrogen receptor, and certain molecular pathways are activated, which thereby proliferates the cancer cell. This is anti-estrogen. It enters the mammalian cell, it competes with estradiol, binds to the estrogen receptor, and thereby halts the molecular pathways, and therefore there is no cell growth. So coming to the rationale behind the study, means what was the basis of hypothesis, how we designed our molecule. We will just have a look of two major molecules, that is estradiol and tamoxifen, which played a major role in designing these prototypes. First one is estradiol. This is a female estrogen. So as we look at the structure of this one, this has 4 binding sites, A, B, C and D. These binding sites are necessary for binding to the receptors. Okay, and this is the tamoxifen, which is the breast cancer drug, which is currently being given to the breast cancer patients. As we can see, this all the 4 sites A, B, C and D are present in tamoxifen. Apart from that, there is one more binding site, E, and this binding site contributes majorly to the potency of this molecule. Okay. Also, it has been reported that this ring A of estradiol and this hydroxyl group, it is very important for providing receptor binding affinity to any molecule. It has also been reported that if we attach a nitrogen moiety corresponding to 7 alpha or 11 beta position of estradiol, the molecule will become anti-estrogenic. So coming to our prototypes, so now we knew that if you want to convert glabridin into an anti-estrogenic compound, we have to attach a basic side chain either to 7 alpha or 11 beta position of estradiol. Therefore, we will design 2 prototypes, prototype 1 and prototype 2, and here we have attached a basic side chain corresponding to 11 beta position of estradiol. Now we will come to the synthetic part of our prototype, that how we synthesize this very prototype. This is our molecule of choice. So I will not go into the complexity of the chemical reactions, I will just give an overall look. Okay, for this synthesis, we started our scheme with 2,4-dihydroxybenzaldehyde. We needed to make one chromium ring. For this, we performed cyclocondensation reaction. In the second step, we needed to protect this hydroxyl group. We did acetylation. We utilized differentially substituted phenyl acetic acid for this derivative, and we did methylation to protect this carboxylic acid group. Now in the final step, we condensed these 2 very molecules, that is chromium system and derivatives of phenyl acetic acid, in presence of potassium tertiary butoxide, and to get this our final prototype. Now here, as we can see, that we needed to attach a basic side chain at this very position, is this carbonyl group. We tried Grignard, but although after several attempts we failed. So we halted this scheme at this very stage, although we did perform anti-cancer studies on this derivative. And coming to SAR of this series, we said that this series was based on coumarin scaffold, and most of the modifications were done at paraposition of the 3-aryl group. Also, we found that halogenated analogues, we showed higher activity as compared to methoxy substituted ones against this estrogen receptor positive and CF7 breast cancer cell lines. It was also found that the para-nitro analog was the most potent compound of the series. So we'll come to the another strategy which we devised to develop our first prototype. In this very time, again I will just give an overall view of what's happening behind to get our final molecule. This is our final molecule. In the first step, we took resorcinol as our starting material. We performed Friedel-Crafts acylation to get the deoxybenzoin system. Now in the second step, we needed to protect this hydroxyl 4-hydroxyl group, and for this we protected this group by making this benzoyl oxy group. In this step, we performed no vinegar condensation. Here we got two products, one is open chain chalcone and another is cyclized product. Now in the second step, we needed to reduce both these molecules to get this chromine system, and for this we performed sodium borohydride, and actually two different solvent systems were used because of the change of the structures. Here we found this is 2,3-diaryl chromine system. In the final step, we needed to reduce the double bond, and for this we utilized hydrogen palladium charcoal reduction, and in this second last step we needed to produce a coumarin ring at this very hydroxyl group, and for this we reflex this 2,3-diaryl chroman with 3-methyl-2-butanol, and this is our final prototype. Coming to the SAR of this very series, as we can see that this series was based on benzoparan scaffold, and it showed mild activity against MCF7 cell lines. The key structural variables or the key features which determine the activity of the prototypes was that oxidation state of the paran ring, and also the substitution on the 2,3 phenyl groups. Okay, we found that as the prototypes increase from benzoparan 4-on to fully saturated one, the activity increase. Also the 2,3-diaryl benzoparan, they emerge the most potent analogues. Okay, we'll come to the synthesis of prototype 2. As we can here also I'll just give an overall view. Here we took different cinnamic acid. Here I am depicting only the amino derivative of the cinnamic acid. In the first step, we needed to protect this amine group. We perform acetylation. In the second step, we needed to protect this carboxylic acid group, and we perform methylation. And now this cinnamic acid derivative were condensed with fluoroglycinol to get this coumarin ring, and we perform cyclization. In the final step, we needed to make one coumarin ring at this very hydroxyl group. So we performed reflexing this cyclocondensation reaction in presence of 3-methyl-2-butanol. What we found that we found two products actually. One was monocyclized and the other was bicyclized product. So as we look the structure activity relationship of this series included mostly chrominone derivatives, and these were designed on benzoparan scaffold. Most of the chrominone derivatives, they displayed moderate anti-cancer activity. As we considering the structural modifications, it was found that the compounds where there was one paran ring, slight reduction in cytotoxicity or activity was observed, while when we have two rings, means both the hydroxyl group were cyclized, the activity drastically enhanced. And also we also made some open chain derivatives, but I have not depicted this here, and they also displayed very good anti-cancer activity. So these are some of the potent analogues of the series. As we can see, this is the first one. This is open chain derivative, and this compound showed pretty good activity against all the cell lines. This is breast cancer cell line, this is liver cancer, this is colon cancer, and this is prostate cancer. And all the IC50 values fall below 10 microgram per ml. Again, this is another analog, and this also this analog showed high activity. And this actually the activity below 10 microgram per ml is considered to be pretty good activity. So here also all the activity values are below 10 microgram per ml. As we come to this analog, also this against MCF7 the activity was quite above 10 microgram per ml, but it was highly active against liver cancer. As you can see, the activity is 1 microgram per ml. As we can see, all other derivatives, they were also active below 10 microgram per ml. These are the IC50 values. Okay, we will come to this analogs with 2,3-diaryl benzoparan and 4-chrominone derivatives. As we can see that all the activity are moderate activity. means not 10. So this is due to the fact because we obtained this compound in enantiomeric mixtures, means not beta isomer, also alpha isomer was also there. So activity we are getting here is the average activity, means they are average activity from both the isomers. These are some of the other analogs, and as you can see, they are also displaying a moderate activity, So coming to the conclusion, we can say that we have successfully designed prototypes which are based on glabridin pharmacophore, and we substituted basic side chain at 11 beta position to get anti-isogenicity. Several analogs showed very good activity and potent and some showed very good activity against MCF7, while they were also highly active against some of the other cell lines. Our targeted compound 2,3-dialbenzopyran and 4-arylchrominones showed moderate activity. It was due to the fact that the product we got was enantiomeric mixture. So because this study is still in progress, so we need to separate the beta enantiomer to precisely evaluate the activity of the particular prototype. Also, the best analogs of the series could be further optimized for better activity. These are some of the references from the study. And thanks to all of you for listening. I'll be delightful to answer any of your questions. Oh, yeah, okay.
Thank you very much to Dr. Rabia, and unfortunately, we hit the time of introduction at this moment, so maybe we can catch up in the group with Dr. Rabia. So our next speaker is Dr. Fatima Houdan, and she will be presenting aromatherapy, and then follow the critical of and experimental studies. Thank you very much.
I can help you. Thank you. And for the, can you open my presentation? Not this one. I don't see my presentation here. I already this morning gave it to Mr. Tariq. Mr. Tariq, I cannot see my presentation here. So in the name of God, actually, my name is Dr. Fatima Khozai. I'm from Department of Architectural Engineering at Dauphine University. I'm taking my second PhD in psychology in University of Bamberg, Germany. So basically, I have a grant from Ministry of the Agriculture about the aromatherapy based in the Lebanon. So inshallah, my slides will be opened. I need just 7 minutes of your time, your valuable time, to prove that why aromatherapy is important for your mental health. Because I'm coming from combining the architecture and kind of psychology, I'm focusing on the mental health. My research is not about oral usage of the Loban or any medicals, but mostly about the aroma. So if my slides get open, inshallah, I'm going to just need 7 minutes of your valuable time to show you.
So he's trying to get it.
I can wait the other presenter to present, and I just wait until I'm fine. I can wait for the no fine. I can wait here. So yeah, no problem.
Okay, for the sake of time, Dr. Fatima will come back when her presentation is ready. And I'd like to ask Professor Najah Subhi Naif to the floor. If he's here, is Professor Najah here? Yes. So he will talk about the effect of aflatoxin on growth and development of secondary hybridat cysts originating from sheep and their treatment with microfix in mice. Dr. Najah? She's not here. Okay.
Sorry, I can just set up little figures.
Do we have Professor Idham as well, or no? Here, okay. Are you ready to present? Yes. You can start. Okay, so Professor Idham Abed, the impact of Paroxylon cyclophilia, I hope I pronounced it correctly, and Atriplex tetrachia on active substance production and clitoris osseous fruiting bodies. Just wait. Can you wait? The session has to presentations heading. Can you put Professor Idham the last one? Yeah.
نعم. الله نعم. أخذته على لا أخذته على الباركود. أخذته على الباركود.
أخذته على الباركود.
امباكت اوف.
اوكي يعني أخذته على الباركود يعني هنا.
تنقل انه موجود. لا يا فاطمة.
انت ارسلت لي اعطيني باركود مرة ثانية.
اوكي. ما حمل لحد.
نعمل لوج اوت هذا مسلم هذا انت بعدين
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، وأفضل الصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة والسلام. اسمحوا لي أن أنقلكم برحلة معي إلى بلاد الرافدين، منطقة الأنبار، جامعة University of أنبار. أهلا وسهلا بكم. متحدث معاكم. طبعا هذا موقع الأنبار اللي يشكل ثلث العراق، الجزء الغربي باتجاه الأردن وسوريا والمملكة العربية السعودية. هذه هي جامعة الأنبار اللي تتضمن حوالي 19 كلية، من ضمنها كلية الزراعة طبعا اللي نكست. المتحدث هو الأستاذ الدكتور دهام علي عبد، عميد كلية الزراعة جامعة الأنبار، مايكروبيولوجي. This is CV of and this is Dean of College of Agriculture in أنبار. الموضوع اللي راح أتحدث عنه، اسمحوا لي شوي راح أتحدث بجزء من عنده بالعربي، لأن الموضوع حقيقة with observation، يعني كان مو هو المقصود. كنا نبحث بالتعاون مع أحد الشركات الهولندية الموجودة في بلجيكا عن إنتاج الفطر البلوترس أوسترس. هذا نوع من الفطريات الطبية اللي تستعمل بإنتاج الأدوية بالفارماكولوجي، لكن كثير ما تصير مشاكل نتيجة استعمال الوسط الغذائي مصدر النيتروجين اليوريا، لأن اليوريا هو مركب كيميائي، وأكثر الصناعات هي صناعات الأسمدة، فتنتج هناك بعض المركبات الغير جيدة الغير مسموح بها. ففضلنا أن نستعمل نبات آخر كمصدر نيتروجيني للفطر، فاتجهنا إلى النباتات اللي هي الطبية، وأخذنا نباتين، التريبلكس والكاراكسيلين، تعويض عن اليوريا في مصدر النيتروجين، حتى نشوف إمكانية إنتاج أولا المواد الفعالة بالفطر، وإمكانية أنه تتعوض عن اليوريا. هذه هي فكرة. لكن بعد ذلك وجدنا أنه المواد الفعالة في مخلفات الفطر هي أفضل من الموجودة في الفطر. هذه الدراسة تبحث في عن ركائز بديلة عن مثل ما قلت النيتروجين، وهذا هو الفطر، وهاي الأوساط اللي حضرناها، وهذا هو الفطر اللي ينامي طبعا بعدة جينات ينمو. هذا الفطر طبعا هو صالح للأكل، وأهميته الغذائية طبعا أهميته الدوائية أكثر من أهميته الغذائية. يحتوي على بروتينات وكربوهيدرات وفيتامينات. زراعته تعتمد على المواد الليجنوسيلولوزية الزراعية اللي هي أساسا تشكل حوالي 30 إلى 40% من محتوى النبات، مع مصدر طبعا توفير مصدر للنيتروجين. احنا مثل ما وضحت قبل قليل حددنا نباتين صحراويين اللي يتوفران بكثرة في المناطق القاحلة مثل الصحراء العراقية، حتى نستعملها كمكملات محتملة ولها استعمالات أيضا طبية. وهذه النباتات أعتقد معروفة. نعم، هذه المواقع الصحراوية اللي تقع في الصحراء اللي ينتشر بها هذا النبات، وهذه عملية جمع النباتات من قبلنا في الصحراء. هذه محمية متروكة لحماية النباتات الطبية. المناطق الغير محمية شوفوا الرعي جائر كيف دمرها وكيف قضى عليها. هنا طبعا في وقت آخر، في وقت التزهير، كانت الصورة الثانية. طبعا المناخ اللي كلش مهم للمواد الفعالة في النباتات الطبية. هذه النباتات عندما تحتاج تقريبا من 100 إلى 200 ملم بالسنة، عندما تزيد الكمية من المياه تقل المواد الفعالة للنباتات الطبية. يعني عملية العطش هي مهمة لإنتاج المواد الفعالة. يعني عندما تنطيها مي زايد، إرواء زايد، تصير نمو خضري أكثر، تصير توزيع للمادة الفعالة أكثر، فما نحصل عليها بشكل أساسي. ولذلك هذا النبات الثاني هو الثربلكس، أيضا في مراحل النمو مختلفة، مرحلة التزهير ومرحلة النمو الخضري، وأيضا هذا موضح المكونات مالته. هذه أيضا منطقة صحراوية محمية. هذه هنا الأوساط اللي عملناها أو التجربة اللي عملناها الأولية اللي هي W1 هو الوسط الأول، ميديال 1 ميديا 2 ميديا 3 ميديا 1 ويت اوف سترو اللي هو الاساس للوسط لنمو الفطر، يدعم دعمناه ب 10% من النبات الطبي الاول، والوسط الثاني دعمناه ب 10% بدل اليوريا، طبعا استبعدنا اليوريا اللي هي مركب صناعي، والوسط الاخير هو الستاندر الكنترول W3 كنترول. الكربون، محتويات الكربون ومحتويات النيتروجين والبروتين والكربون، هذه محتويات الوسط. هذه طرق العمل اللي اجريناها حسب المصادر. هذه عمليات الاستخلاص اللي اجريت وبعد السبنت. اللي شفناه انه مع التجهيز بالنبات الطبي الاتربلكس انخفض الوزن الوسط من كيلوغرام من 1000 غرام الى 537. الريدكشن الفقد 46.3. عندما جهزنا الكاروكسيلين سيكلات انخفض تقريبا 400 كيلو، يعني 600 المتبقي 40% نسبة الانخفاض، بينما باليوريا كان الانخفاض 34%، يعني الوسط ما استهلك كليته، يعني المركبات الليجنوسيلولوزية لم تستنفذ من قبل الفطر. يعني هاي النباتين حسنت نمو الفطر أكثر، لكن ما وجدنا مواد فعالة في الفطر، ولذلك اتجهنا للسبنت حتى نشوف اكو مواد فعالة راحت للسبنت. حقيقة كثير من عمليات الاستخلاص عندما نستخلص نباتات تضيع كثير من المواد الفعالة مع عمليات الاستخلاص، لأنه هاي المواد الفعالة مرتبطة بالليجنوسيلولوز، باللجنين، بالسيلولوز. فاحنا فكرنا إذا قلنا خلينا نستنفذ هاي المواد بواسطة الفطر اللي هو يشتغل عليها انزيميا. باي انزيم يعني الفطر ما راح يجيب مادة كيميائية وياخذ السيلولوز، راح ياخذها بشكل خاص بالانزيمات. إذا تبقى المواد الفعالة بصيغتها جيدة واستخلصها من الوسط. هذه الفطريات البكتيريا اللي تم استعمال التجربة عليها السيدوموناس ايرجينوزا والايكولاي والستاف اوريوس، والنتائج اللي حصلنا عليها كانت جيدة مقارنة بما يستعمل من ستاندر لهذه العزلات من الانتيبايوتيك المتوفر في الجانب الطبي. كانت النتائج متقاربة وتقع ضمن مديات الاستعمال وضمن نتائج السبيروفلوكسين والمضادات الحيوية الأخرى. أظهرت النتائج اللي تم قياسها بناء على قطر منطقة التثبيط فعالية متفاوتة للمستخلصات. حقق المستخلص المدعم بنبات الاتربلكس أعلى معدل تثبيط ضد الإيكولاي، وصل إلى 15 مليم، بينما كان تأثيره الأقل على الستاف أوريوس بقطر 10 مليم. بينما سجل المستخلص المدعم بنبات الكاروكسيلين أعلى قطر تثبيط الإيكولاي 14 مليم، وكانت الأقل هو السيدوموناس ايرجينوزا. المستخلصات الميثانولية بصورة عامة أعطتنا أعلى فعالية ضد البكتيريا الستاف أوريوس، بينما سجل الإيثانولي مع الكاروكسين قطر تثبيط موحد لكل العزلات تقريبا 11 مليم ضد جميع أنواع العزلات. هذا الموضوع دفعنا إلى أن نروح نشخص المركبات بطريقة جي سي ماس بدائرة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، ونبحث عن المركبات اللي موجودة بالمستخلصات. مستخلص اللي هو الأتراكس تترا كان يتواجد عندنا أهم مركبين فعالة اللي هو الدايميثيل نيترو ميثيلين والنانو دي أسيد اللي تركيبها الكيميائي موجود. طبعا هذه المركبات لها فعالية كيميائية عالية وتركيزها يصل إلى 89 جرام بير مول كما موضح أمامكم. المستخلص الثاني أيضا حصلنا على تقريبا 3 مركبات فعالة مهمة تم تشخيصها، وهذه أيضا كانت لها أهمية في التثبيط البكتيري. تركيزها 220 جرام بالمليمول بالنسبة للبيوتال ليتد هيدروكسي والمركبات الأخرى كذلك. المستخلص الآخر اللي هو بالميثانول الاتربلكس كان عندنا أحد المادة فعالة تقريبا اللي هي الإي 9 تترا ديونيك أسيد، واللي هي أيضا هذه المادة لها فعالية مسجلة 35.266 جرام بير مول. أيضا مثل ما نشوف أنه المركبات هذه سجلت يعني ممكن أن نقول عليها تبحث وتنقى بمراحل أضافية حتى نستفيد من عندها أكثر. الريزلت اللي نشوفها أمامنا أيضا لمادة فعالة أخرى بالاستخلاص بالميثانول والبيوتاناريك أسيد اللي هو أيضا يوجد ب 88 مليمول لكل جرام، وهذا أيضا يحتوي على الفاتي أسيد بصيغته التركيبية اللي موجودة اللي هي CH4H8O2. ممكن أن نستخلص من ذلك أنه هذه الدراسة تؤكد أنه هذه النباتات ذات النباتين الصحراوية الطبية اللي شائعة هي في الصحراء ممكن أن تستعمل في وسط الفطر، والسبينت مالها ممكن أن نستعملها أن نستخلص من عنده المواد الفعالة اللي تستخدم كأنتي بكتيريال. تشير هذه النتائج طبعا إلى إمكانية استخدام المركبات الطبيعية المستخلصة من هذه النباتات كبدائل للمضادات الحيوية التقليدية التي قد تسبب آثار جانبية غير مرغوبة. شكرا لإصغائكم.
We are 30 minutes late, so we only have one question.
جديدك
يسلمك.
لك صور قصدي يبيع حاطين الثار
الوحدة الحين عندهم واحد ويا بعض حاطين الثار. هاي مو خلصت هي المحاضرات لازم نقلهم. هي خلصت أنا غير محاضرة.
مو هاي لا قبلك بس ما فتح بنفتح.
لا مو هاي ليش ما فتح. ضافتها هي تنسيق هذه.
ممكن
اوكي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I'm Dr. Najah Subhi Naif from Iraq, University of Mosul College of Science. I want to thank the organizer and committee from IMFM conference to giving to me this opportunity. My articles is about the effect of aflatoxin on the growth and development of secondary hydatid cyst originating from sheep and their treatment with mycofix in mice. شون البعدة الانترودكشن. الدكتورة أسماء أعطتنا given rich information about this parasites in twice in this way. I give small information. Echinococcus granulosus is a tapeworm that live in the small intestine of the dog and during the hydatid cyst stage. طبعا hydatid cyst stage هي اللارva. Is found in the liver, lung, spleen, and body cavity. Intermediate host. Hydatid disease is the common cyclozoonotic disease that represents a widespread global health problem. It affects both a human and their pets, causing significant health and economic burden in endemic area. There is alarming evidence that Echinococcus also imposes significant costs on human and animal disease control and treatment. Secondary hydatid disease can be established by ejected protoscolesis of Echinococcus granulosus into the interperitoneal cavity of mice. It's considered the useful method for study the host and parasite relationship. After the eggs of the Echinococcacia are swelled, and the hexacanth embryo stills in various organs of the human body and various hosts. It turns into the hydatid cyst in the organ in which it stills the growth of these cysts. Causes pressure symptoms on the surrounding organ. These symptoms depend on the size and location of the cyst. Contamination of the feed with the aflatoxin. Speak of aflatoxin may also contribute to the increase the virulence of these parasites. Aflatoxin are produced as secondary metabolites of the certain strain of the fungi, Aspergillus flavus and Aspergillus parasitica. These fungi spread through the air and soil, contaminating the atmosphere of storage facilities and growing on many agriculture crops such as wheat, rice, barley, corn, tofu, and pistachio. They are discovered in plants produced that was contaminated with molds. Aflatoxin considered one of the most dangerous naturally according many mycotoxin. It is considered the immunosuppressant, neurotoxin, carcinogen, and mutagen. It is considered caused of liver and kidney cancer and has been linked to tumors in body tissue such as the gallbladder and colon, where its affects cell wall and inhibit DNA. Recently, there has been increased interest in the used adsorbent to remove aflatoxin from feed using adsorbent Mycofix plus 0.3. This salt is stimulating and activating agent for the selective absorption of some mycotoxin without affecting other substances, and it's added to feed. Materials and methods. Isolation of protoscolesis. طبعا أيضا دكتورة أسماء أضافت أو ذكرت شلون يعني البروتوسكوليسيس شلون نستخلصها. بعدين preparation of aflatoxin, extract of aflatoxin with fungi. أيضا المايكوفيكس 0.3 adsorption و experiment design. الexperiment design ما أشوف منها. أوكي، ما هذا لازم أشيل ويدي. يلا. The experiment used male Swiss albino bulbsy mice, 3-4 weeks old, obtained from College of Medicine, University of Mosul. The mice were raised the laboratory environment with continuous access to water and food, and under standard condition of temperature and light. The experiment, we divided 24 male mice into 3 groups, the S mice, each to determine the aggravating effect of aflatoxin on hydatid cyst, and then we used the absorption. Group 1, 8 positive control mice were ejected with protoscolesis only. Group 2, 8 mice were given a feed containing 1 per million aflatoxin and ejected with protoscolesis as well. Group 3, 8 mice were given a feed containing 1 per ml aflatoxin and mycofex 0.3 plus 0.3 amount 0.5 milligram, and ejected with protoscolesis as well. The experiment isolated from 40 days after the experimental period. The mice were asensitized and sacrificed samples of the liver, spleen, intestine, and other internal organ were collected to determine the number, diameter, and distribution of hydatid cyst in the various organs. Results. Table 1 shown the significant increase the number of hydatid cysts in the group that consumed the containing aflatoxin with 70. Table explain 79 control positive in number hydatid cysts. Percentage 39.3, aflatoxin 87, بالمايكوفكس and aflatoxin 35, أيضا البرسنت مالتها 17.4%. Organ distribution, table 2, shown that the number and size hydatid cysts in the third group were lower than the control group and the group in which only aflatoxin were added to the feed, in 21 cysts in the liver and cysts in the spleen and 14 cysts in the intestine, representing 23.8% and 55% and 13% respectively. الجدول يوضح التوزيعات في الأكياس المائية بالليفر والسبلين والانتستين، والنسب المئوية بالنسبة للأفلاتوكسين كانت الأعلى بالنسبة عند إضافة added أفلاتوكسين، المايكوفيكس كانت النسب أقل. Cyst diameter, table 3 hydatid cyst diameter in 3 mice groups. أيضا explain cyst diameter من 0.1 0.2 0.3 0.6 0.5 in control positive الليفل كان عالي أو هاي infection أو الدايمتر كانت أعلى، وكانت أحول على العربي ما يخالف أفلاتوكسين بالنسبة للأفلاتوكسين كانت 15 بال 37% and 25 in percent 46.2. In group aflatoxin and mycofix, this number of cyst diameter 29 percent 21.48. أيضا بالنسبة للcyst diameter 0.2 كانت النمبر 6 عفوا diameter 6 وكانت البرسنت 11.11 والتوتال نمبر واضح. الارتكل توضح انه عند اضافه المايكوفيكس كانت النسب تنخفض لان هو ماده ملحيه تدمص او تمتص السموم للافلاتوكسين. وشكرا جزيلا، واللي يحتاج اي معلومه الايميل تبعي موجود.
Thank you very much, Professor Najah. If anybody has any questions for Professor Najah, just one question, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Zayan Usman from the College of Medicine here. I appreciate the College of Medicine to Paris University. I appreciate your presentation. I commend you. But why is it that you didn't look at aflatoxin and cancer? Cancer of the liver is more pathognomonic, and then there is a way aflatoxin, the hydatid cyst, appears on the liver that is almost pathognomonic. If you look at it, you will never miss it. I know as undergraduate, I miss it as such. So it's very, very important when you are looking at it. Maybe if you can add the image of what you got, the cyst that is presenting. It's very pathognomonic. It's very clear. We don't usually compare it to students, and if you miss it, it means that you are not being in class and you are not paying attention. So aflatoxins and hydatid cyst, why is it that you didn't look at aflatoxins and cancer of the liver in particular?
أترجم. هو بيقول لك ليه ما حاولتيش تشوفي العلاقة بين الأفلاتوكسين والكانسر؟ إن هي واضحة قوي إنه بعض السيس.
A future study.
Okay, a future. MashaAllah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Aromatherapy and mental well-being.
Thank you. So you're going to help me to fix this one. So as I promised, I don't take more than 7 minutes of your valuable time. I try to be on time and thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So last week, I had this feeling that I have sore throat, okay? And I had pain in my head. So I went to the doctor, and doctor prescribed me some medicine to take. I cough a cold, okay? But, so this is about the physical illness. But I'm going to talk about the other illness that don't have so much symptoms. We're talking about mental health, okay? So when your mind working well, when you can cope with the situation, and when you can actually behave nicely in your daily basis, okay? So what is mental health? Mental health doesn't mean that you're happy every day. It means that you can manage yourself in every different situation. So basically, I'm going to work, my research would be on the impact of the aromatherapy on the mental health. What factors affect the mental health? There are different aspects, from the genes, to your family, to the support of your, even in the environment, the support of your friends. All of them can affect our mental health and mental well-being, okay? But as I said, so if someone has some problem with the mental health, they don't have so much symptoms compared to the physical health that we have. So, a question. How the scientists are measuring the mental health? There are many tools, but one of them, like for example the DAS, this is a field questionnaire. So in this questionnaire, the psychologists are going to ask you about anxiety, depression, stress. So if you have anxiety, stress, and depression in the work environment, probably you have some health issue, like mental health issue. So what question are asking us? So you're going to ask, for example, from the people in the last week, which of these issues you had? I didn't feel well. I couldn't put up myself. I felt like, hard to wind down. Okay, I couldn't relax. I was irritated a lot. I get nervous a lot. Okay, these are the symptoms of the stress, anxiety, and depression. Okay, so basically, when you have the long-term stress, especially at work, it is possible that lead to depression. Okay, and you end up that, okay, I don't want to go to work today. I cannot tolerate anymore. Okay, so beside the questionnaire, we have many other tools that they can measure your stress, anxiety. Okay, like for example, the EEG, ECG, even the skin conduct, even your sleep condition, all of them affecting your. We can measure that. Is it you have a proper mental health or no? So what about the aromatherapy? How it is connected to the aromatherapy basically, and how you're going to connect these two together. Aromatherapy is usage of any essence or essential oils that's not through the inhalation or applying. So basically my research from now onward would be, based on my grant, would be on this. So I'm not talking about the oral eating of anything, okay? I'm talking about how when you smell something perfectly, you're going to affect your mind. So there are many researchers have conducted that use of aroma is going to reduce the anxiety. They have lots of research about that. And mostly, many of research have worked on the lavender. Do we have many research on the Laban? No. We don't have many research that focus on the impact of the aromatherapy and reducing of the stress, especially in Oman. Number 2, is there any result that it shows that if we have, people regularly have some good smell, it affects their depression? Yes. There are many studies conducted that. What about on the Laban? I have to tell you, no. There are not many research based either in Oman or outside Oman, mostly focused on the effect of the aroma. They scientifically have focused on this, okay? Is there any research that shows that the aroma can affect our stress and sleep? Yes, there are a lot of studies. What about on the Omani's Laban? I have to tell you, no. So inshallah, it is what we are going to, based on the grant that we have at Doha University, we are going to do on that. Is there any result that it shows that if you apply some oil, it affects the students' attention and cognition modes? Yes. You have especially, again, as I said, for some special, rosemary or lavender, we have lots of research on that. And even some studies have combined some essential oils. Do we have any study about the Laban? No. Okay. So even if you search the Google Scholar, and even the AI mode, unfortunately, you cannot find many researchers. So I wanted to highlight this point in 5 minutes that there are lots of ways that we can conduct research on the aromatherapy, especially in the Oman, okay? But there are huge lack of studies in this field. I would be happy to collaborate to anyone who's going to be interested in this field of study, because in the next 2 years would be the focus of my research. And coming to conclusion, yes, aromatherapy affects your mental health, reduces your stress, can reduces your anxiety and depression if it's used in regular basis. Of course, the studies also shows that when you, the oral usage of these medicines is more effective, but you cannot actually ignore the effect of the aromatherapy. As I promised, in 7 minutes, I finish my presentation. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Very much. Very interesting presentation. Are there any questions for Dr. Fatima?
Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation. Very nice. Quickly to the point.
Yep.
From the medical aspect.
Yes.
I'm trying to leave medicine to go to architecture, and here you are moving from architecture to they ask us, so what motivates you along the line? What's the switch?
Very nice question.
I was more interested in the structures, maybe, where structures give us better perspective of life. But here you are switching to that. Then this, and then on the issue of your research, the complementary and alternative medicine, as we call them, aroma is one of them, and it's very effective. I don't know how. What do you also want to look at the other areas of complementary and alternative medicine like naturopathy and other, which are, we are seeing them increasingly becoming more and more relevant. In before patient comes, we give him the drugs, we take care, but this mental health and the other resolution issues, they prove more effective. Patient is not taking drugs. So thank you very much.
Mashallah, you have a very straightforward and very clear question. I highly appreciate it. Number one, the starting point of my research started from the one session in Department of Architecture. We had exam with a student. One of the students take out one of the, this oud and switch on in the, light up in the class and just pull over the class. It was my first actually session in Dhofar University 3 years ago. And I said that what's happening? I thought it's smoke or something. And the student says that no, actually it reduces my stress. So the first starting point that, the students were sitting is the first session and they believe in this ritual that they reduce their stress is actually light up something in my mind that, so the architecture and the aroma are so much connected. And the other thing, as I said, because I'm taking my second PhD in Germany in the psychology, basically I'm switched, half of my brain is switched toward the psychology. I'm trying to connect these two together, basically. It's coming from that one. Regarding the, what our research will be, and I feel like that is, missing a lot. Actually, we are going to mostly focus on the EEG and reducing of the stress. Okay, and we cannot directly measure the mental health, but mostly the tools that we have would be the reducing of stress after several sessions of the aromatherapy. So, and overall, after that, when some a questionnaire that how they have improved, how their mood have improved during, for example, after those sessions. And this would be the, future of our research. I would be very happy to collaborate with you anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And this brings our session to a close. I'd like to thank Dr. Fatima for her patience.
Thank you.
And all our speakers for this session.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Break.
Now we are going to move into lunch. Lunch will be running here. We will work 2 weeks. A student, this very near to the mosque. We are ready. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Do you hear me? Good morning.
Hello, Professor.
Good morning.
Hello, Professor.
Okay. Tell me when I can start.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, you are audible, Professor. We are just have technical issue, so we are trying to fix it. Please, I'm requesting you just wait for 5 minutes.
What time we start?
Yes. Yes. But I had there will be noise. We need to check that. Check the record. Okay, not on. Okay. Let's go. Hello, everyone. My name is Wasi Ahmed.
Okay.
And I'm a professor at the Department of Chemical Engineering, College of Engineering, Dhaka University. Since Dr. Masams is not available to chair this session, I will be serving as your session chair.
Okay. Thank you so much. Tell me when I can start.
Okay. Let me introduce Professor Victorio. It's my great pleasure to welcome our speaker, Professor Victorio from the University of Catania, Italy. His presentation is titled IDS-Dependent Effects of Boswellia sacra in glioma cell. This important work explored how Boswellia sacra resin, known for its anti-inflammatory properties, which can affect brain tumors. The study looks closely at how IDH mutation influence tumor response, highlighting the potential of natural compounds in cancer therapy. Please join me in warm welcoming Professor Victoria. You can start, Professor, now.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be connect with all of you, and a special gratitude to Professor Rashan for the kind invitation. And I'm a little sorry I could not join personally, but still I'm happy that we can share our enthusiasm in the altar of the science, no matter if presence or via web. Today I will talk about isocitrate dehydrogenase dependent effect of Boswellia sacra in glioma cells. As you know, we are deeply concerned and interested to the fantastic biological effect of Boswellia sacra, and this is supporting my enthusiasm to understand better how can work in situation where there are pathogenetic conditions that Boswellia sacra can control and give rise to good beneficial effect. So just as an information, I'm editor-in-chief of Open Medicine, and all of you are invited to submit manuscript to my journal. And of course, the center of my enthusiasm is aging at the frontier of science. Just to mention, my interest in anti-aging longevity medicine started since 2004. I have a pleasure to share with you my first Mediterranean conference on anti-aging medicine in 2004, with very important people, including Nobel Prize Luis Iñarro and many international scientists. So here we can see the financial benefits of longevity. It's a matter of trillion to cure cancer, heart disease, stroke, circulatory disease, influenza, ADS. But this is at 2000. So imagine how is increased this notion to date. And my enthusiasm in anti-aging medicine and longevity medicine is represented by many books that I've been producing in the last 2-3 years. Here I can show to you, thanks also to the collaboration with a great friend, Professor Rashan, and we are working together with our enthusiasm, putting at the center of our dream Boswellia. Boswellia, frankincense, Oman is in my heart, and I am doing my best to produce the best that I can do. Here are other books connected with longevity medicine. This is one of the last, including this on the role of sex and gender in aging and longevity. So the center of a biomedical approach to age-associated disorders is the concept of anti-aging medicine, where antioxidants can intervene on aging processes. And the key to this approach is the activity of important genes, redox sensitive, that I have called Vita genes, an old look that needs a new key. So at the center of this mechanism, we have NRF2, where polyphenols, they can act making free this transcription factor to bind to sequences in the nucleus where are antioxidant responsive element present in a set of genes that in fact are Vita genes. This has led us to immediately put in the laboratory research the interest of Boswellia sacra. And we have published recently the effect of Boswellia sacra on a model of traumatic brain injury with very interesting results. But this is just 2 days ago arrived. And again, thanks to Professor Rashan for his great collaboration on neurodiversity and neuronutrition in autism spectrum disorders, from bench to clinic. And of course, on this altar, the presence of Boswellia sacra is authoritative. And the basis of polyphenol action, the notion that underlie the mechanism of biological effect is within the concept of hormesis. Hormesis is a dose response curve where at low dose we have beneficial effect, at higher dose we have detrimental effect. And this is concerning a number of biological effects, from memory enhancing drugs, but also to lifespan. Hormesis determines lifespan. Also has an effect, has an impact at the transgenerational level, where healthy aging and anti-aging medicine are based on precision neuronutrition interventions. And Boswellia sacra is central. Hormesis as a mechanism approach to understanding herbal treatments also is central to traditional Chinese medicine. In all these situations, we have Vita genes and NRF2-dependent genes that intervene to counteract the deleterious effect of oxidants and with impact with the chemopreventive effect. Flavonoid commonly induce hormetic response, and this is also true at the level of in-ear neurobiology. Recently, we have published the day of my birthday, some days ago, this important paper, Astringent Flavanol fires the locus noradrenergic system, adopting a very, very innovative methodology which is based on mass spectrometry imaging. And this is amazing how we can determine the level of reactivity of specific brain regions after polyphenol treatment, including Boswellia. And at the center of this concept, recently in Science, my friend Edward Calabrese published on the role of hormesis with regard to the effect of radiations. And we are presenting continuous proof linking the hormesis concept to biology and medicine. And here, thanks again to my friend, my dear friend Louis, we have been really investigating the effect of Boswellia in different experimental conditions that I'm going to share with you. And coming to the central theme of this presentation, glioblastoma is an aggressive and lethal brain tumor with limited treatment options. And the current standard therapy includes surgical resection followed by radiotherapy and temozolomide, which offers only limited survival benefit. And the key molecular event is IDH1 mutation associated with the production of a non-metabolite 2-hydroxyglutarate, which is associated with, on one hand, to an increased tumor vulnerability to oxidative damage, but also there is a great promotion of the tumor progression with alteration on the epigenetic and metabolic signature. And here we can see very novel results where in U87 cells bearing this mutation, we have seen that Boswellia sacra and temozolomide, they have an effect at 10 micrograms per ml. And what is very important on cell survival at 24 hours, that Boswellia sacra doesn't need the temozolomide. So it's even more effective with the classical drug. And here also in 24 hours on cell vitality assessed not in terms of MTT but with crystal violet assay, which gives us a measure of cell bioactivity. And here we can see the very marked effect of Boswellia sacra at 10 micrograms per ml, not different from temozolomide, but absolutely not necessarily invoking the presence, a synergistic presence of temozolomide. And when looking the glioma cells bearing the IDH1 mutation at 24 hours, we can see that it's really the potency of Boswellia sacra in determining the biology, the survival of glioma cells, much better than temozolomide. And here we can see also the effect at 24 hours, and we start to see an effect at 1 microgram compared to the previous wild-type cells, where at 1 microgram per ml we didn't see statistically different effect, but in the glioma cells with the mutation, we see that Boswellia sacra start already to show effect at 1 gram per ml. And this is also have been seen to when measuring MTT at 48 hours and also crystal violet. So there is a very convincing and marked effect of Boswellia sacra as a candidate to work as much better than temozolomide. So we don't need a synergy. We can rely on Boswellia sacra for it's really confirmed in many experimental situations. So Boswellia sacra versus temozolomide exhibits dose and time-dependent activity, clearly evident starting at 1 gram per ml and very marked at 10 microgram per ml. Temozolomide does not potentiate the effect of Boswellia on U87 glioblastoma cells, whereas in the cells bearing the mutation, there is evidence of a synergy between Boswellia and temozolomide. Observations suggest that IDH1 mutation may modulate the response to Boswellia plus temozolomide, perhaps through redox metabolic mechanism. And coming to another experimental model that we are completing because we are near to publish our results, we have been interested in AOH1 cells derived from transgenic mouse cochlear cells, primarily used in auditory research. AOH1 cells offer an efficient in vitro platform to evaluate the efficacy of therapeutic agents devoted at preventing or reducing drug-induced cochlear hair cell damage. Cisplatin-induced ototoxicity is the model that we have used, as is the measured dose-limiting complication in cancer therapy, profoundly diminishing the quality of life. The pathogenesis involves oxidative stress, panapoptosis, DNA damage, inflammatory responses, and yet effective prevention are very limited. Here we can see cell viability with Boswellia at 4 hours, at 24 hours. What is very important that cisplatin gives rise to 50% decrease in cell viability, toxicity, and also the effect of Boswellia on cisplatin decrease of viability. This is a very important starting point, and now we are characterizing neuroinflammation, omics, with special attention to lipidomics. We will have ready in a few weeks the paper ready to be submitted. Here we can see in the same experimental model, inflammation measured with through real-time PCR of TNF-alpha is increased by cisplatin, and the protection by Boswellia. Again, in the interleukin-6 and NF-κB, it's very, very clear the protection afforded by Boswellia in presence of neurotoxicity. When measuring reactive oxygen-free radicals induced oxidative stress, we measured the effect of cisplatin and the protection by Boswellia. Now, another model, so we are conducting a series of a number of line of experimental model to test the effect of Boswellia. And this is the case of an animal model of autism induced with valproic acid. And this is very important because we have been able to show the fundamental powerful effect of Boswellia in this oxidative stress-linked disease. And in this model, mice poops were injected with valproic acid at 14 days, and then Boswellia administered a dose of 200 milligrams per kilo for 26 days following. And we have been able to measure, we have the paper ready to be submitted, behavioral, behavioral alteration, which are very markedly protected by Boswellia. When we can look at negative geotaxis, nociceptive response, more motor activity, elevated plasmades, Morris water mates. In all this situation, we have behaviorally observed the very, very consistent protective results affected by Boswellia. And when we measure the hippocampal atrophy, we can see that hippocampal atrophy induced by valproic acid is very, very significantly protected by Boswellia. So we also measured the markers of neuroinflammation, and we have been sorry, excuse me, can you mute the microphone? Hello?
Dr. Zaid. Hello?
Hello? So when measuring the neuroinflammation, GFAP, we can see the increase by valproic acid, the protection by Boswellia, but also this is for reactive astrocytes, but also for microglia marker EBA, we can see a significant protection by Boswellia, and also we can see in when measuring the effect on toll-like receptor, it's very marked the protection by Boswellia. But also MID88, the same trend, and also the NF-κB neurobiology, which is induced by inflammatory insult, induced by valproic acid, and the protection by Boswellia. But also this is true for AKB that decrease as much as NF-κB is induced, and the reducing limitative effect by Boswellia. And here we can see GSH is decreased in autistic pupils, but also it's very significant the protection by Boswellia. Nitrite and nitrite are also affected, but also malonaldehyde is increased in autism and the protection by Boswellia. TGFB, which is neuroprotective, it's decreased in presence of insult and the stimulation by Boswellia. Interleukin 6 follow the same trend, so there is a very important neuroprotection. At the last, almost the last, fibromyalgia, we have been characterized this model by treating with 30 milligram of 1 milligram per kilo for 3 consecutive days with reserpine to induce fibromyalgia, and then we have measured neuroinflammation. GFAP, marker of astroglial reactivity, is protected by Boswellia, but also IBA1, marker of microglial reactivity activation, which is dramatically reduced by Boswellia. But also MDA, superoxide dismutase, catalase, hemoxygenase, NRF2 are potentiated by Boswellia treatment, including NADPH quinone dehydrogenase. In this case, also, we have measured the monoamine neurotransmitters in fibromyalgia model, showing that the action of Boswellia is really marked and significant. When one of the symptoms of fibromyalgia is sleep disorders, but also pain. And here we can see the effect on the pain by Boswellia, according to different tests, all positive, showing the effect of Boswellia. Mechanical hyperalgesia, thermal hyperalgesia, but also in the open field, we have a significant impact of Boswellia on behavior induced in autism, in fibromyalgia, in presence of Boswellia. Again, on the pain, Boswellia is very effective. So we have been measuring polyphenols and activation of beta genes, and we have used lipidomics in our experimental model. In all this setting, we have measured the lipidomics and will be part of the submitted paper. One of effect of Boswellia is this tremendous effect on vasodilatation. You can see here, it's amazing the effect. So this is very important. It's another paper that we are completing for submission. And the last information that I want to share with you is my my new model in my laboratory, developing mini brain from urine of patients, and in this case, moving towards a three-dimensional model of the human brain. We have developed in my laboratory a very intensive activity characterizing mini brain, and in this model of brain derived from any patients, we can develop a mini brain for drug testing, for many other purposes, very, very innovative. We have been able to measure the effect of cisplatin inducing neurotoxicity and the protection by BS7 at 100 nanogram. And here you can see also 200 nanogram of Boswellia with rescuing survival compromission induced by cisplatin. This is a very important point because associated with these important results, we are characterizing all neuroinflammation, all genes involved in neuroprotection, lipidomics. It will be the first paper on mini brain with, thanks to the collaboration of Professor Rashan with Boswellia, that is not only in the bench, not only in the table for experiment, but also in my heart, in my brain. Thank you so much for the attention, and these are the new information in my lab. We are developing a mini year, and we will offer the capability of testing the possible role of Boswellia in here associated disease. So this is the most promising part of the activity in my laboratory that I like to share with you under the key of frankincense and Boswellia benediction. Okay, thank you so much, and I'm at the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your informative and nice presentation. If anyone has questions related to his work, you are most welcome, and please feel free to ask him.
Thank you so much. I'm very pleased that I've shared this moment with all of you, friends.
Yeah. Good day, my dear friend, Professor Calabres.
Thank you, my dear friend, and
glad to see you
soon.
But we missed you in person in our international meeting.
Yes, next time I will stay longer so I can rescue this missing part. But I think the science part is present, linking all of us.
And hopefully we look forward to see you in the next meeting.
Yes, for sure.
In person.
I promise.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Everything is excellent. We at the Far University are very proud to collaborate with a scientist, clinician like Professor Vittorio. And we look forward for a long-term collaboration with you.
For sure. Thank you, Luei. Thank you. This is also my heart, my mind, my intention, and I'm honored to be part of the Dofar family. It's still present in my heart. So thank you so much.
Professor, please mute. Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Our next presenter is Professor Muhammad Ali from the Department of Physics, Jordan University of Science and Technology.
Yes, I am with you.
Hello, Professor. I
how
think we are audible.
Hello, did you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Professor.
Oh, great. Okay. First of all, let me thank all the organizing committee, and I am so sorry I couldn't, attend in person because, I just assigned me as a dean of this nanotechnology institute. But next time I hope I'll be in person. So let me share the screen and start our talk. Okay, did you see the presentation, please?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. Today I'll talk about the photodynamic therapy and overview. Okay, I am Professor Muhammad Ali, Akras. All my papers are in Akras, but my family name actually in Omari. Our talk today about the photodynamic therapy. It is the background of our review. What's the photodynamic therapy? How does the photodynamic therapy works against localized tumors, and why I cannot just take the drugs only, or why I cannot just take the laser light only, because when we talk about photodynamic therapy, we are talking about the drug and the laser light both together. And why does laser light doesn't burn? How does the doctor administrate the laser light, and the precautions, I should take care, and the procedures of the painful, all these are the precautions we are going to take care about those. Let's start with the some terminology you are using, the hemolysis. The hemolysis means the rupture of the brain and the hemoglobin released out, and how we measure it through the spectrophotometry. And the photohemolysis is a membrane rupture and release of hemoglobin, as I said, in the presence of the light and the photosensitizers both together. So the drug itself does not do nothing, light itself do nothing. Okay, it has to be both are together. Photosensitization is a process driven by the light that only takes place in the presence of the light absorbed by photosensitizers. The photodynamic action, the biological photosensitizations that require the presence of molecular oxygens, and the photo bleaching. It is a photochemical process of the dye, irreversible distribution that depends on the molecular structure. And photo toxicity, which is the same as photo radiation, is a type of photosensitivity which is induced skin radiations, or you can say skin cancers. Photodynamic therapy, the reactions or malignant tumors by the combined actions of the light and the photosensitizing drug. Let's start with hypericin. It is the common name, was the oldest known nature photosensitizing agent. Hypericin is isolated from the climate we search on board. Hypericin is a red fluorescence compound strongly absorbed in the visible range of the spectrum. The hypericin is the effective compound. The hypericin is the name of the disease. And let's go back to the 19th century. They noticed that in quarantine field in Italy, the white sheep, they grow ill, but the black sheep doesn't grow ill, and well, because of some of this species, which is called hypericin, with the animals grass, those types of grass, which is very sensitive to light. Okay, the black sheep doesn't affect by that, because the black pigments doesn't allow the UV to penetrate the skins and to make effects on them. But the white sheep, they grow ill, because when they eat those type of grass and go under the sun, they get irradiation and all these types of effects. But when they are in the shadow, if they don't see the light, nothing wrong with them. This is the Hypericum performance. This is the structure of the Hypericum, and this is they used to use it as ornamental for the decorations in the houses, but in the field, okay, they found out it is very poisonous for the animals, okay, and this is nowadays they are trying to use those one as the what they call it, for some disease, okay. This is the hypericin, the disease of they call it hypericin. We just did one. This is my my PhD thesis was on those, and we published those in 1996. After that, we tried to find out some other natural pigments, okay, which is as a substitute for the drug, okay. in 1787, they realized the Hypericum was suspected for quick poisons to the sheep. After almost about 100 years, the heritage found out there is a connections between the disease and the sunlight. If the animal just grass those types of grass, they go under the sun, they got this type of disease. But if they don't go under the sun, nothing wrong with them. But after that, in 1914, they tried to causative substrate isolated from this Hypericum. Okay, in 1941 and 64, Brown came with a report of Hypericum type. There's about 200 types of this species. Just only 7 of them they got this type of the effective ingredient which is called Hyperis. In 1986, the drone and some they found the Hypericins produce singlet oxygens and various kinds of radicals. And 1996 and onward, they found the singlet oxygens produced in isolated mitochondria. And since 1996, they are using it as a depressions, and you can see those photos I showed the previous slides. You can find it, in the pharmacy shelf. They use it as a depressions. The second type of photosensitive drugs is called photoprotophorane. Okay, it's hematoprotophorane derivatives. Okay, has been therapeutically used as an antidepressive since more than 80 years. After that, photoprotophorane IX is a common metallic precursor for the blood and the blood pigments. Photoprotophorane IX abnormal metabolism of PPIX has been observed in the blood, plasma, serum, and tissue of the cancer patients. We did several articles. This one of them. We tried to find some mathematical modeling for those type of drugs. The second common medicinal plant is the Chicorium bilinum. This is how it looks like. Okay, we have 2 types of Chicorium. The one that grows as a wild plant is on the roadsides. They call Chicorium bilinum. The second one, which is called Chicorium intybos, which is the cultivated strains, it is leaves. They use it as green salads. The root of those types, they use it as a coffee substitute. Okay, and you can find it in some of the nutrition nowadays. Okay, we found out this type of plants is very, very poisonous to the white sheep. Okay, especially in north part of Jordan. We find out, when the animals, they grass this type of Chicorium, okay, this is the common name, okay, they call Chicorium, some other places they call Hindima, okay. When the animals grass those type, they, get ill, and after that they get severe disease, okay. Chicorium bilinum is, up to our knowledge, there are no prior report discussed about the phototoxicity or photoallergy of this Chicorium extracts. Just only Highborn in 1960, they found the flower as a source of chicorine. Chicorine is, somehow is sensitive to the light, as reported by Petrovic in 2004. We published one of those articles in 2012 on this one. This is how this type of curve that shows the photohemolysis, okay, versus time with different concentrations of Chicorium. This is a control, if you just put this type of Chicorium with red blood cells, nothing wrong with it unless we shine it to the light. If we just put this type of concentration, about 5 milligram per ml of this pasty root extract of the Chicorium, it's going to takes about 100 minutes to all the cells are lysed and damaged. If you just lower the concentrations, it takes longer time, okay, rupture all the membranes of the red blood cells and kill all the cells. So this curve shows the percentage of the hemolysis rate with the time. And this is the correlations between the T50, the time required to rupture 50% of those red blood cells, and the concentrations of those. These types of the curves are called sigmoidal, just like the S shape, okay? We got, and we try to figure out, those are, by the way, those are the dot circles are the experimental data points, and the solid lines is the theoretical data point. We have several equations, you know, they fit well to those experimental data points, but the best fits equations we found out they call converse functions. Converse is the double exponentials, okay? H is the hemolysis rate, H naught is the percentage of the hemolysis during the lysis time, T, okay, we are plotting H versus T, okay, as you see in the graph. T is the time measured from the starting of the rupturing of the red blood cells during the either the dark incubations. We have two types of hemolysis. Okay, either we could do continuous hemolysis. That means we keep all the samples under the high pressure clamp light and see how it affects, you know, those, or they just give them some light dose and see how, you know, affect under the total darkness, how they are affected by the time. H node, as it says, the initial maximum number of the cells. We not just normalize those to 1 because, you know, we suppose in the beginning all they are alive, start from here and goes down, but we just normalize it, okay, to start like this, okay, for the just, you know, to better fitting for those equations. And is the fractional hemolysis ratio, and the B is the most important parameters they call the rate of fractional hemolysis change with time. The second type of are using for the skin or photodynamic therapy is the called photoframe. Photoframe is, you know, approved by several by 5 countries only in 1995. After that, they just, you know, many countries they start, you know, using photoframe as a photodynamic therapy agents. Photoframe is strongly aggregated in aqueous solutions, and they can use for several types of cancer. This is how it comes, you know, the photoframe in those bottles, and the drug dosimetry. This is how we calculate it. This bottle contains about 70 milligram. If you just dilute it to 30 ml of PBIS, so or saline buffer, you get about 2.5 milligram per ml. These are used as a typical, you know, dose for the human. So if you assume, okay, 2 milligram per kilogram and to 75 kilogram, if you assume the average human blood, okay, is about 7, or the average human, okay, weight is about 75 kilogram with the average blood volume of about 7 liters. So we get this, what about this 0.3 milligram per ml? Those are the typical dose. So if you just try to calculate how much we're gonna administrate, that means you get about 5 ml of those strong solutions. So now if you just, you know, inject those to the patients, and we are trying to use for example, we have you know, gonna treat the esophagus dosimetry for some cancer in esophagus. We have 3 types of cylindrical light are used for the lasers. If we are about using 0.1 centimeter, like this one, we have this induced optics fibers. They reduce the length of this one about 1 centimeter or 2.5 centimeter or about 5 centimeter. 3 types of diffuse optics fibers. Those are gives the output in age about 400 milliwatt. These types of optics fibers they produce about 1,000 milliwatt, and these types of fibers, they produce about 200 megawatts. So if you want to try to use how many minutes or how many seconds we're gonna, apply those light to the patients. So this is how we can calculate the treatment time in second. This is the tissue dose joule per centimeter, and this is the light intensity dose. What per centimeter? That means we got about 75, 750 seconds. Time talk about 12.5 minutes. We have to administer the lights to the patient. By the way, these are just only works fine with the localized tumor only. It doesn't cause work for the tiny tumors. So this is how it goes. Observatory, the esophagus tumors. We're gonna administrate those drug to the patients after 24 hours. All the drugs, or the body get rid of those drugs through the spleens. So just the only drugs remain in the tumor size. After 24 hours, the drugs remain here. So after that, we can, apply the lasers to the tumor size, but by those, during these 24 hours, the guy or the patient should not go under the sun or should not go to the effect lights. He can, stay in his home with normal light, but without, heavy light. After that, we can just, use the laser to the tumor sites, and the laser just, or the drug, the photoframe, which is localized inside the tumors. They just absorb the light and they just, destroy them. I have heard some videos, demonstrates how the photodynamic therapy, the drug versus the tumor. Let's see this video. The second type of treatment, if the tumor block all of its esophagus, the esophagus, that we can use another balloon. the second type treatment, as I said, if the tumor block all the path, you can use balloon. And the last video demonstrates, how you can use even for the skin cancers, even on the face or even on the eye. You can cover the eye and you can use this type. Okay, let's go to chocolium and nanocurcumin. Okay. Last time we tried to find out, some photosensitive materials as a substitute for the drugs. We found that we did one of our PhD students, they used the curcumin and we made some nanocurcumin out of it. So this is the preparation of curcumin, nanocurcumin. In fact, we got it from this article for Baswell published in 2011. Okay, this is how the procedures how to make nanocurcumin. So we did experimental on cell lines, red blood cells. Okay, and compare the curcumin with nanocurcumin. We found that the nanocurcumin were enhanced the killing versus the curcumin itself. So this the figure shows the curcumin versus the nanocurcumin, how the cell viability are change in case of the prostate cancer cell line PC3. This is the also the human embryonic kidney cell line HEK2930, how they are affected in viability with curcumin versus nanocurcumin. The same thing for the human erythrocytes, for the red blood cells. This is how nanocurcumin was very against the curcumin. It is the hemolysis rate was very high with the nanocurcumin. The curcumins were much lower than the curcumin itself. With those the concentrations are used at the wavelength 450 nanometer. We published several articles on those. Okay, we have very good citations on those articles. And in the summary and conclusions of all these, the BTT is safe and effective modality of the lesions of the obstructive esophagus cancer and localized tumor. BDT should be performed by surgeons or endoscopic with experience in all aspects of endoscopic treatment of esophagus cancer. Of course, as a physician, you cannot, deal with the patients. You have to, stop physicists, nurse, and professional doctors. They can, all are together deal with those type of when they are dealing with the patients. PDT with a photophore response for the therapy is independent of tumor histology and unlikely of interface with other treatment options, just like other drugs, or there's no interactions between, or there's no drug-drug interactions, let's say. The advantage of photodynamic therapy over radiation of the therapy, the treatment procedures with the PDT can be targeted and destroy cancer cells while limiting damage to the surrounding healthy tissues. The hair loss after the treatment with chemotherapy is unpreferable, and these are all the type of those, the advantage and disadvantage between photodynamic therapy and the other type of treatment. As I said, for the first time, we observe the observation report that the study suggests the hypothesis that extractions from the floor and the top part of the chorionium are light and temperature dependent, very sensitive to light and very sensitive to the temperature. Chacor extract pigments could be responsible for the disease of grazing animals. The most important conclusions derived from the present study that photohemolysis require thermal activity and photochemical damage. The results showed that mathematical analysis techniques adapted to study the effect of light and thermal activations of the photohemolysis process at different conditions, and the best fit model with the minimum parameters and minimum errors. And finally, the future in vivo and in vitro studies are still needed to assess the activation of the extract potential tumor inhibitions. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Ali, for your nice and informative presentation. If anyone has any question related to his work, please feel free to ask him now. Thank you, Professor Muhammad.
If there is no any questions, this might.
I have one question.
You can email me anytime. Yes, please. Go ahead.
As you rightly said, there are lots of the side effects in chemotherapy. So do you recommend about the PDT?
Of course, but as I said, for the localized tumor, not for the tiny, distributed on the body. If it for the localized tumor, it works fine. There's no any problem. But for those, malignant or tumors, spreads over the body, this doesn't work at all.
Okay, thank you once again, Professor, for sharing your valuable insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Khansa Khalid Al-Hashmi. She is postgraduate researcher from the University of Manchester, UK. Dr. Khansa will present on microbial adaptation to the natural and synthetic antimicrobial implication for risk assessment and understanding the evaluation of resistance to the antimicrobials. Dr. Al-Hashmi research investigation how microbes adopt the frankincense oil and its long-term effect on resistance development. This work is essentially important in the context of the rising the antimicrobial resistance, as it provided valuable insight into how natural antimicrobials can influence the microbial behavior and guide safe clinical and environmental applications. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Al-Hashmi. You can start now, Doctor.
Thank you for your statement. I hope that it's clear, the presentation. You can see the screen now. Is it clear?
Yes, it is clear. Go ahead.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم وفقنا لما تحب وترضى واجعل هذا اللقاء مباركا فيه إنك على كل شيء قدير. So I tried to make the presentation simple so everyone can follow, especially the evolution part. And I believe that the results that I will share with you all, it is a very important, and it can be a base for many future studies, as it is touching the base of a very unknown part of the frankincense oil. No one still touch that part of area, so I am hoping that in the future more research will happen in that place. So I will start first with a very important question. So does a prolonged exposure to natural antimicrobial product like frankincense can drive microbial resistance or any behavior or any adaptive behavior from the microbes? So I will leave you with this question so everyone can think about it, and we will answer it shortly. So the challenge is, everyone knows that the antimicrobial resistance is a major global health threat, and many researchers now goes to the direction of the natural antimicrobial agent, because everyone considers it as safe. But what happens if a prolonged use of this antimicrobial agent? What happens in the term of the microbial adaptation? Will the bacteria adapt to the frankincense oil, for example? So this question is, I consider it a very important question, because many product now is coming. Many products is coming now in the market using frankincense oil and frankincense, but without any regulation. So the research gap was the impact of long-term exposure to natural antimicrobial product on microbial resistance. It's natural antimicrobial product like frankincense is widely used, but there is unknown part is what about the long-term exposure and the impact of it on the microbial adaptation. So the aim of the project was to develop the understanding of how natural antimicrobial can influence the microbial behavior toward the resistant development, and as well as the phenotypic characterization. Will the bacteria be the same? Will they evolve? What exactly will happen in terms of their effect? Will the bacteria be still susceptible, or the susceptibility will reduce? So all these things were coming in our mind, and we wanted to investigate the effect of using the frankincense oil for a long term. Just to mention that the project here was I examined the frankincense oil, but we can
there is a few research talked about another natural product and what is the effect on the microbial adaptation, like honey and I'm not sure what exactly. It's out of my mind now, but there are few research paper out there about the natural microbial effect on the microbial adaptation. So the objective is to investigate the microbial adaptation to frankincense oil and the prolonged exposure, as well to assess the potential of a cross-resistant to other antibiotic. And I find this quite a very important point, because after knowing what is the effect of the frankincense oil or any other natural product on the prolonged use exposure, so what will happen to other known antibiotic that is already in the market and we are using? Is there any cross-resistance with this evolved strain? So these results, I will share it with you shortly. So the part of the genomic and phenotypic changes associated with microbial adaptation is very important to understand exactly what is happening in the genomic level. And I am now in this part, and hopefully in the future I can share with you the results of this part. At the end, to evaluate the implication of antimicrobial resistance and what are the risk assessments. So just to go back to the title of the project, as you can see, it's a very wide title, but here in this part, I will talk only about the frankincense oil exactly and the microbial adaptation to the selection experiment and the cross-resistant part. But the genomic sequencing, we'll leave it for later. So the method I used in the experiment was disk diffusion test, of course, to determine the antimicrobial activity and to confirm the antimicrobial activity. And then we used also the MIC, minimum inhibitory concentration assay, to establish the baseline potency. The main part of the project was the selection experiment, and it took lots of time and lots of effort. So what is exactly a selection experiment? I will explain it shortly. In short term, it is a repeated exposure of E. coli to a sublethal frankincense oil concentration over a time. And then by the end of the selection experiment, I compare the evolved bacteria and the ancestral strain to evaluate and screen the cross-resistance with other antibiotics known in the market. The part of the biocides and other essential oil is still in the lab still. So we'll share it with you hopefully next year. So there is an important point I wanted to share with you, that in this experiment I did not use any solvent like the MSO or tween, because I wanted to eliminate any external factors that can influence a selection experiment outcomes. Because if you know that the selection experiment is a very sensitive experiment, and any other additive or any other things can influence the experiment, the outcomes of the experiment. So to talk about the disk diffusion assay, we first, as you can see here in the picture, we saw a very clear inhibition zone, a very clear inhibition zone of our wild type E. coli. So this is to confirm that yes, the frankincense oil that I have, because as you know that there are many frankincense oil in the market, but thank you, Professor Lu'ay Rashan, who provided us with frankincense oil. So here in this picture that you can see clearly, there is an inhibition zone. And as I mentioned before, this is a clear frankincense oil without any solvent or any DMSO. So moving toward the minimum inhibitory concentration assay, it was a very important part as a starting point for my selection experiment. I wanted to establish the minimum inhibitory concentration so I can move toward the selection experiment or evolution experiment. So I used two methods, the plate reader, of course, and I used here, this is only an example picture. As you can see that in the 96 well plate, there is two colors, pink and blue. I used a Presto blue dye to confirm that there is inhibition growth or no inhibition growth. So to talk more about the minimum inhibitory concentration, I used, as you can see here, a 96 well plate in all my experiment. So here in the X in the curve, you can see that I compared the growth curves of E. coli exposed to different concentration of frankincense oil with a Muller-Hinton broth. So when I say that 6.25% of frankincense oil, I mean frankincense oil in a Muller-Hinton broth with no DMSO and nothing. So these different concentration of frankincense oil, the OD measures were taking 24 hours. So the plates were the 96 well plate was placed in the plate reader for 24 hours. The reading were taken every hour. So you can see here in the beginning that the different OD measures, the spike here and some of unclear readings, because you know that the frankincense oil has some turbidity or colors, or not a very clear. So at the beginning, sometimes I can find a bizarre reading. So moving toward the time, you can see that the OD measures with the lower concentration of frankincense oil, the growth curve here is very clear, very nice. The OD measures is giving me high readings, which indicate a bacterial growth. Moving toward a lower concentration of frankincense oil, you can see that the OD measures is becoming lower, which indicate lower inhibition, lower bacterial growth. I wanted you to look at these two colors, which is the green and red and blue, if you want. So the green give me a very nice inhibition or low OD readings, which indicate that the bacteria is not happy or not growing, as well as in the 6.25, which is the red. So here clearly we can indicate that the point of the MIC. So after indicating the minimum inhibitory concentration of frankincense oil, we took that value to start our selection experiment. So what is selection experiment? Very clear for everyone, because the evolution part can be a little bit complicated or a tricky part. So what is exactly a selection experiment? A selection experiment is is a laboratory method. Usually in the practical or in the life, what is happening that the antimicrobial resistance is happening in a long period of time. But if I want to mimic that the pathway of the antimicrobial resistance, I want to mimic it in the lab. So I have to do the selection experiment. I will expose the bacteria or the bacterial culture that I have to a selective pressure. Here we use the frankincense oil as a selective pressure. If you can see here in the picture, usually we started with E. coli strain, which is a wild type strain, and they are very susceptible to frankincense oil, as you can see in the diffusion disk assay and the MIC assay. And I exposed the E. coli culture to the 6.25 frankincense oil in a 96 well plate. After a day, I pen replicate a pen replicate. Here is a picture to show you how the process is done. I pen replicate the 96 well plate, and I inoculate another plate, which contain again 6.25 of frankincense oil with Muller Hinton broth. So I keep doing this over 20 days. What is happening each day? The bacteria that are survived in the plate are moved to another plate. And the next day again, what it happens, again, I pen replicate the bacteria into a fresh plate of a fresh 96 well, a fresh media of frankincense oil and Muller Hinton. So each day the bacteria is becoming more stronger, we can say more stronger, and can tolerate more the frankincense oil. At the end, the generation that I will have, they become more evolved. I will use the word evolved now. And if we compare it to the ancestral strain, what will happen? So the next step after finishing the selection experiment, so in this study, the E. coli was repeatedly exposed to a frankincense oil, which is 6.25, the sublethal concentration, for 20 days, mimicking a natural selection pressure. This approach was used to investigate how the bacteria can adapt and how they can resist. Is there any difference between before and after? I hope this part is clear. So as you can see that I used a 96 well plate, a pen replicate in this experiment. Sometimes we have a robot can do this for us, the whole process of inoculating the bacteria from one plate to another for more accurate and to avoid any contamination. Okay, so after finishing the selection experiment, at the end, we wanted to compare how the bacteria developed and how the bacteria evolved, and if there is any adaptation. When I say adaptation, I mean that is the MIC, minimum inhibitory concentration, the one that we previously established, is it the same or what exactly was happening in these 20 days? So as shown in the picture, the red dots here are the mother or the ancestral strain. The colored, and this is amine only, so you can see that it's we did it multiple times, but it's shown here only amine, so it will be easier for us to follow. The colored, the green and the blue, the purple, here are the evolved bacteria, the evolved E. coli, and as you can see that the evolved E. coli show higher OD, which indicate a growth, which indicate that they become more stronger, they evolved, they adapt to frankincense oil. And at this point, it was for us a major finding. So yes, the E. coli or the bacteria that I tested, yes, it adapt and it evolved and it become more stronger and it can resist the effect of frankincense oil. So the evolved, to summarize here, the evolved E. coli show higher tolerance to frankincense oil, maintaining higher OD values. You can see across all the dots here compared to the ancestral strain. The gray, just to mention, the gray point here are the control point. Okay, so just here a figure to show you that the frankincense, the minimum inhibitory concentration of the evolved strain is increased twofold compared to the ancestral strain. So after this, after we are sure that the evolved bacteria become more resistant, what next? We wanted to screen, is this mechanism, it happens only with frankincense oil, or is there any cross-resistance, especially with the well-known antibiotics and the antibiotics that are in the market and be used. I took some example of antibiotics, and here are the reasons why I chose these. And this is just an example because I used more. So I used imipenem, ciprofloxacin, cefoxitin, gentamicin, and amoxiclave, co-amoxiclave. So these antibiotics. So this was the first step, just screening and see if there is any difference between the ancestral strain and the evolved strain. So what happens next? The antibiotic that showed significant differences in the evolved strain and the ancestral strain were further investigated. So I found that especially with the ciprofloxacin and cefoxitin, the inhibition zone is different. And with the evolved strain, it's become more smaller, as you can see here in the picture. Here, a very nice and clear picture of the disc diffusion test. I just wanted to mention that the order of the antibiotics in both pictures are the same. So at the bottom here is cefoxitin, and again here at the bottom is cefoxitin. I want you to focus at the bottom and at the left with the ciprofloxacin. With these two, as I mentioned before, that it shows a very significant and a very clear reduction in the inhibition zone with the evolved bacteria. So what is exactly is happening? But another thing that I noticed, it's not only that the reduction, I noticed that there is a halo. I don't know if it is clear in the presentation, especially with the FOX and ciprofloxacin, which give me a very smaller inhibition zone. So I wanted to investigate. I got here two diameters, one a very clear and one a very clear inhibition zone, which is smaller, and another one beyond that is a turbid inhibition zone, which is a halo. I took a colony and I did a further disc diffusion test multiple times, and here is one of them. So at the right side, you have ciprofloxacin, and the left side is the cefoxitin. As you can see that it is a very clear cefoxitin, very clear difference in the inhibition zone. It's become very, very smaller. So this confirmed for me. I repeated the assay many times, and every time I get the same. I did also with the replicate, so it's confirmed to me that there is there is a difference between the evolved E. coli and the ancestral E. coli. So the next question will come to your mind: why exactly these two antibiotics? And I think the answer will come later when I am doing the genome sequencing. It's about the mechanism of action. Maybe there is some similarities. I'm not sure till now. So this needs to be investigated further, and that will be the next step. So here is the differences, the differences in the diffusion test. Here is the diameter of the inhibition zone. Here the ancestral and evolved. Each graph shows you different antibiotics. The left one is the ciprofloxacin. You can see a very clear difference between the ancestor is getting higher or larger inhibition zone comparing to the evolved bacteria. Again, with the cefoxitin is the same. And another thing that it's not shown in the picture with the disc diffusion test with the co-amoxiclave, because the ancestral strain show me total resistant. There is no inhibition zone. There is no inhibition zone, but the evolved strain give me a very the opposite. The evolved strain shows more resistant to the amoxiclave comparing to the ancestral one. So this can give you a clue that that there is some cross resistance happen between the evolved bacteria, and this was caused by in the first place with the exposing the bacteria to frankincense oil. So what is exactly happening in the, is it something that's happening in the genetic level? Is it just a phenotypic changes? Is it only a stress response, a flex pump, a membrane adaptation? What exactly is happening? This needs to be taken further. So is it only for shorter time? Is it temporary when the stressor is removed? Is does the bacteria will go back to the original state? So these all questions need to be answered, and hopefully with the genome sequencing that I am doing now, which I'm waiting for the results, will give me a clue for exactly what is happening. So to conclude the talk, the prolonged exposure, we are all now knows that the prolonged exposure of E. coli to frankincense oil can promote microbial adaptation. This can result in increasing tolerance and reduce susceptibility to frankincense oil as well as the antibiotics. The MIC, as shown, the results as shown in the graph, and the results, it gives us twofold increase comparing to the ancestral one. The evidence of cross-resistance was observed, particularly with the 3 antibiotics, and maybe in the future I will try to investigate more antibiotics. These findings highlight that natural antibiotics and natural antimicrobials are not necessarily and not always safe, and may drive resistance when used at sublethal concentration over a long period of time. But again, is this happening in genetic level, or this is only temporary, and when the stressor is removed, everything will go back to normal? This will be the questions that the projects and the projects and the research to be done further for it. So the result shows that it's important to include natural product, to include it with the antimicrobial resistant risk assessment to avoid underestimating their roles in resistance. Further directions, as I said, the importance of screening screening the genetic and whole genomic sequencing is very important. Understanding the genetic and phenotypic adaptation, what exactly is happening, is very critical for ensuring safe therapeutics and as well as commercial use. Further genomic analysis of evolved strain will provide insight into the molecular mechanism of adaptation. As I said, that I am in the I submitted my samples to a company to do the whole genomic sequencing of my samples, just to give me a clue and to correlate the findings of my experiment with the findings and with the readings of the whole genome sequencing. To take home message, I think now everyone knows, is the natural product and natural antimicrobial are such as frankincense. Are they always safe? Are they always chemical free? So we are free to use it for a long period of time. Because as you can see now that many companies are coming and they are using frankincense oil and other natural products, and there is no point, or there is no regulation, and no still this part of this field is unknown till now. So we must consider consumer safety. Adaptation risk must be addressed to ensure safety and to prevent unintended consequencing. Another very important point in my point of view, the regulatory consideration. Evidence of adaptation and cross-resistant may influence regulatory evaluation and approval of essential oils in commercial product. So to conclude everything, so I hope that I can highlight the need for responsible formulation and appropriate dosing and accurate labeling, and a stronger government regulation to protect consumer trust and safety. But again, I can say that it is not it is not the message that I want you to take with you, that it is not safe to use frankincense oil or any other antimicrobial agent. No, another natural antimicrobial agent. No, this is not the case. I just wanted to highlight about there is some risk and some evidences happen, but we need to take it further, and this is only the start, and many research should build on this. So thank you everyone for listening, and I hope it was a very informative session. I tried to make it as simple so everyone can follow and feel easy and to adhere to the time. I wish also to thank Professor Andrew and Dr. Dana for their guidance throughout this work. And also I would like to thank Professor Lu'ay Rashan for providing frankincense oil, a very high level of frankincense oil, which gave me a very good results. And as well to the Merman Evolution Research Group and my colleagues in Andrew's McBain Lab. Thank you all for listening, and if you have any question you can ask, and as well here is my WhatsApp and here is my email. Anytime you can ask if you have any question or do you need any further clarification. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Khan Shah, for your nice and informative presentation. Anyone has question related to our research, please.
Yes, may I ask? Yes. Okay. One question.
The question is from Professor Mohammed.
One questions and one comments. My question that did you try cell lines instead of E. coli or other bacteria?
Actually, we started with Pseudomonas and E. coli, but since the Pseudomonas was a little bit tricky to use, so we started with E. coli, and we are now in the process to apply the same experiment to other
because I use E. coli also on some experiments, and they are very high resistant to the antibiotics and drugs, so I use it with some other photosensitizer and shine it to the light to get enhancement for the killing. My comments, about your curves, very nice curves, a very nice work. I think if you add some mathematical modeling for these lines, it will be perfect to work, and I can help you on that. So,
again.
I mean, for those curves you show the lines, okay. I think it's good to have some mathematical modeling for that to fit it to some equations. It helps to find out the T50, to find out the correlations between the concentrations and those and with good parameters.
I agree with you. Yes, I tried to make it as simple for people to follow, but I agree with you. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Khansa. Al-Khansa, sorry. A question from audience related to the concentration.
So what is the question?
Did you use any concentration except 6.25?
No, actually, as can you see if in the picture that I started with 50% to 50% to 0.0195%. So this shows you a different concentration. But if you mean in the selection experiment, usually in the selection experiment, you expose the bacteria to a sublethal concentration over a time. This is one method. Another method is to increase gradually the concentration of the selective pressure over time. But in our experiment, we used the same concentration over time, over the period of the 20 days.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Khan sir. Now we will move to our next presenter, Dr. Annie Oama. I think she is available. Yes, Dr. Annie.
Thank you.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you. Okay, please start, and we are requesting you kindly try to finish on time. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present our work. I represent the Department of Epidemiology and Global Health at Umeå University in northern Scandinavia, the indigenous region called Sapmi. Let me see. The title of my presentation is From Rural Gift to Urban Commodity. It looks at work that we've done on perspectives on intergenerational learning of traditional medicinal knowledge and intergenerational cultural heritage of medicinal plants. We ask the question, why is this study different? What we know is that there's extensive medicinal and biomedical research that has been conducted on plant products and their effects on human health. Unique with this study is an intimate access to empirical material. We look at interviews and discussions with traditional practitioners who have knowledge on ethnobotanical plant medicinal uses. The study links ecological, social, economic determinants of health with plant medicine. So the research looks at plant medicine, but it looks at research, biomedical research alongside dynamics in society. In other words, we focus on looking at intergenerational dynamics and socio-spatial transformation that's ongoing, in which this knowledge base is embedded. I'll just quickly summarize some terminology. What is indigenous knowledge on herbal medicine? This encompasses traditional healing practices and traditional healing that has been transmitted, still is transmitted orally, intergenerationally and intragenerationally, and traditional practitioners play a key role. What is interesting in our study is that there's a deep, in-depth understanding of the natural environment and biodiversity. So these practices are embedded in the medicinal products. Terminology, according to the WHO, traditional medicinal knowledge refers to health knowledge, innovations, and practices of indigenous and local communities worldwide. A lot of this information has been developed over several millennia, and it's adapted to local cultural contexts and ecology. It's transmitted orally, it's collectively owned, it's embedded in worldviews, belief systems, local languages, and environmental practices. And most important is that it's of a practical nature, whether it's in the field of agriculture, fisheries, health, horticulture, and forestry. Traditional medicinal knowledge is also mainly of a practical nature. More terminology. This knowledge base is a system that involves, in our study, we see harvesting, mixing, grinding, storing, having intense environmental knowledge, knowing symptoms of disease, diagnosing and training, apprenticeship and teaching. I will summarize this. In our study, we examine current usages and intergenerational learning processes of this knowledge base. We look at how they acquire this knowledge, how the practitioners acquire this knowledge, and how they transfer this knowledge to new generation, who, where, how, or by whom do the learning processes take place? One key important aspect in our study is how is this going to create livelihoods for the younger generation? And also we look at the context of the role played by ecology. So how does the environment enable the transmission of the knowledge on ethnomedical knowledge? We also look at the transmission of the knowledge. How does it take place in situ? And what is it in the society that is influencing the learning processes? As I said earlier on, in our study, the medicinal knowledge systems incorporate worldviews, spiritual practices, ecological knowledge, and one important thing which we'll talk about in a minute is the millennial known knowledge that has practiced environmental stewardship. So the communities look at the medicinal herbal knowledge as one responsibility as a steward to demonstrate that they are stewards of ecology and stewards of ethnobotany. I could give a lot of examples of what we came across, but in this context, we look at frankincense and myrrh as two key examples of plant-based herbal medicines, which are used in various forms, infusions, inhalants, creams, etc. And these enable the treatment of whether it's psychosomatic, chronic diseases, etc. The list is very long, but this was just to give an example of TMK, traditional medicinal knowledge, and what are we talking about. This is perceived as a cultural knowledge landscape. So it is a heritage. It is looking at invaluable insights that have been sustained, whether it's biodiversity erosion, whether it's environmental degradation, whether it's climate change. This is affecting this knowledge base. We are seeing challenges because of dynamic dimensions that we've just mentioned that are influencing the cultural knowledge base or the heritage of traditional medicinal knowledge. And this transmission, whether it's intergenerational or intragenerational, these societal processes are affecting it. So there are challenges surrounding the processes of traditional medicinal knowledge. Just some maps of where these studies are taking place in Tanzania, Zanzibar, in Eastern Africa. I'll just quickly go through that. An example of some of the empirical informants. This is a village hospital where there's intergenerational apprenticeship ongoing for many, many, many decades. An example also of a village doctor with her apprentice. So if we look at some of the key messages that come out of our empirical study, it is perceived, this knowledge base is perceived as a gift given by a higher power, and the role of the practitioners is to use it in service to help communities without requesting remuneration. But this older approach is not common anymore. What has been talked about is gifts, thank you tokens for services provided to community. If one is too poor, one is not required to pay. However, the notion of this knowledge base as being a gift is still very well cemented in communities, actually worldwide. Even in Northern Scandinavia, when we talk to the indigenous practitioners who work with this knowledge base, it's perceived as a gift. Now, the empirical findings with regard to commodity and commercialization, we see that traditional medicinal knowledge and this group of practitioners have a much broader and a much large number of patients than mainstream orthodox medicinal personnel. This is defined by statistics. I won't go into the details, but there is stigma still in some societies worldwide where their role is still challenges and that challenged. But that's a paradox because when you see the fact that the political establishment and the religious establishment propagate the stigma, but in private, there's a lot of access to this knowledge base for personal reasons. The stigma is less in the urban setting than in the rural setting. When it comes to professional ethics and social transformation, we see that there's a potential problem of learning this social base, and that has to do with increased migration to urban areas. There's heavy reliance of this healthcare delivery system, and when you come to the urban setting, there are other sociological ailments that arise because of rapid urbanization that have to do with psychosomatic problems. Commercialization, as I've said, I'll just summarize this. It's not a new phenomenon. There's an encouragement to cultivate these herbal medicines because there's over-harvesting of popular species and products. A lot of our respondents talk about the fact that it's compulsory to acquire land and to cultivate. This is a phenomenon that I know is also in the cultural setting of Oman, where we see that it's not just the fact that there's over-harvesting, but that the 5 to 10 different indigenous plants are required because they may contain active ingredients from different plants. So one preparat can contain active ingredients from many different indigenous plants. This information or this sort of study has been published in that's the link. Now, what does this scholarship advocate? In conclusion, it advocates that we need to document and support research and practices. We need to empower ourselves, local communities and individual organizations. We need to preserve these inviolable knowledge systems on herbal medicine and traditional healing practices. We need to put in place transmission frameworks because this is a cultural heritage for future generations. The forward-looking sort of questions and reflections would be, which we also look at, is the emerging combination of intergenerational learning of this knowledge base and formal medicine education. What is the role of electronic media in traditional medicine? How has electronic TM and other media changed it? What is the role of the global herbal industry in the survival of herbal plants and environmental protection? What's the role of TMK in governance, environmental, and its sustenance in communities today? What is the role of traditional medicine, especially with regard to emerging NCDs, so that's lifestyle diseases that are non-communicable? And finally, what's the state of patient and family-centered care and psychotherapy in traditional medicine today? So that a very, very, very big summary of what we've done and what work we do in communities. And I would like to thank Professor Louis Rashan for the opportunity to have this platform to present our work. And I do thank you all for listening. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Annie, for your nice and informative presentation. Indeed, it's amazing and worthful work, which we can get some information and we'll do some research. With your help, definitely the Dhofar University has that. We'll have the collaboration with you. And thank you very much. And there are, I think there is no question from the audience. So now we are going to move to the next presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. Now our next presenter is Dr. Zaid from the University of Latakia, Syria.
Yes.
You are most welcome. Now you can start for the presentation.
Yes.
Dr. Zaid,
Yes,
please
okay,
try to
okay.
complete the
Okay.
presentation.
Yes.
Within 20
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ziad Sarhil from formerly Tishrin, holding a PhD Agriculture Economic. My research is titled a study of the most important financial visibility indicators for the production of medicinal plants on the Syrian coast, Timus Syriacus, as a case study. Introduction. The history of herbal medicine dates back to the early years of history. A medicinal plant is defined as a plant that contains one or more medicinal substance in their raw form, such as leaves, flowers, fruits, seeds, wood, bark, or roots, capable to treating a specific disease. The economic importance of Timus Syriacus arises from its status as a non-traditional crop with multiple uses, either directly or indirectly, through the extraction of active components used in the pharmaceutical and food industries. It's made from the oil, which contains carvacol 26%, thymol 30%, and bisimine 13, ABC, and iron necessary from hemoglobin. Do you listen to me? Do you listen to me?
Yes, we listen. It's clear.
Yes, it's clear.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Right. The economic importance Timus Syriacus arises for the status as a traditional crop with multiple uses, either directly or indirectly, through the extraction of active composite used in the pharmaceutical and food industries. Its medical significance arises from the active component of its oil, which contains carvacol 26%, thymol 30%, and bisimine 13%, vitamins A, B, C, and iron necessary for hemoglobin formation, as well as calcium and phosphorus. Additionally, thyme syrup acts as an expectorant, relieves cough, is antispasmodic, and protects against heart diseases. Yes. The rising costs of producing traditional crops and the difficulty in the marketing them have pushed farmers to seek alternative crops with lower production and marketing risk. The most significant of these are medicinal plants. We are widely spread in the wild along the Syrian coast, represent a valuable plant resource due to their economic and social importance. These plants provide job opportunities for many individuals, whether through cultivation, marketing, or progressing. Despite their importance, these plants still do not
don't receive the necessary attention, particularly due to the lack of economic studies in this field. Today, I'm sharing with you the result of my recent study about analyzing the costs and revenues of producing thymus cereacus in the Syrian coast and the financial analysis indicators, methods and materials and methods. The research was connected to on the Syrian coast, and the primary data were collected through a questionnaire directed to the producer of thymus cereacus and included several questions serving the research objective, and a field survey was conducted to fill out this questionnaire through personal interviews with these farms. The number of farmers engaged in the production of thymus cereacus in the Syrian coast registered with the government of Latakia and Tartus for the agriculture season 2023-2024 reached 105,059 farmers. The Stephen-Samsung equation was used to determine the size of the studied sample as follows. By applying the aforementioned equation, the sample size obtained is 398 farmers. Results and discussion. Highlights a set of financial analysis indicators that reflects the overall performance of thymus cereacus production in the Syrian coast during the 2023-2024 agriculture season. According to the data, the average annual total cost per dönum was approximately 3 million Syrian per dönum per year, while the average annual revenue per dönum reached approximately 5 million Syrian pounds per dönum per year, indicating efficient use of farm labor. The average annual net profit was approximately 2 million Syrian pounds per dönum per year, reflecting high profitability, with the annual profit to revenue ratio at 49%, which demonstrated the activity viability. The result also showed a relatively short capital recovery period of approximately 18 months, indicating rapid capital turnover and low risk. Recording efficiency of overall economic efficiency of 1.93 reflects the effectiveness of the investment. Profitability and the return indicators were high, conferring the attractiveness of this agricultural activity. The profitability to total cost ratio reached 93.3%, meaning a profit of approximately 93 Syrian pounds for every 100 Syrian pounds invested annually. The return to cost ratio was 134.4%, reflecting a high level of economic efficiency, and return on investment where every 100 spent annually on thymus cereacus production yield a net total output of 134 Syrian pounds per year. Collectively, these indicators confirm that Thymus ceriacus cultivation is a profitably economic activity in the studied region. Conclusion. The study collected that Thymus ceriacus cultivation is one of the most significant economic agricultural activities in the Syrian coast. The result of the economic analysis showed that with an annual net profit per dönum of 2 millions, approximately 2 million indicators were rewarding, including the profitability ratio, the speed of the efficiency index, which exceeded 1, indicating investment visibility. Based on these findings, the study recommends ensuring the availability of essential production inputs at appropriate price and times, encouraging farmers to expand Thymus ceriacus cultivation and promoting the adoption and integration these modern crops as a complementary or alternative to weak defense it provides to agriculture investors. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Doctor. Indeed, it was a nice and informative presentation. Since we don't have the time for question answer, so we will move to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Ahmed. He will talk about the biocompatibility and biopolymerization potential of African plant extract as a candidate for regenerating endodemic. So, Mr. Ahmed, please open your slide.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes, you are audible for us.
Okay, I cannot share my screen while Dr. Ziad is sharing his screen.
Doctor?
Yes.
I'm a PhD student at University of Leeds, UK, and I'm assistant lecturer at Faculty of Dentistry, Kafr Sheikh University, Egypt. Today, I'm going to talk with you about our research project for my PhD. Our presentation is entitled Biocompatibility and Biomineralization Potential of African Plant Extract as a Candidate for Regenerative Endodontics. My PhD is under supervision of Dr. Rimil Gendi, Professor Tuidu, and Mrs. Jaya Yu. We are going to talk about briefly in simple points. First, we're going to talk about introduction about our research project, our research gap, then the aim, methods, results, conclusion, and future work. And the first, I need to define two terms related to endodontics. The first one is dental caries and the dental trauma. Dental caries, it's the most prevalent chronic disease in early childhood, affecting more than 85% of children worldwide by the age of 17 years old, which is more than 2 billion people affected worldwide, while dental trauma, its frequency between permanent adult teeth is 33%. They are the main factor leading to bulbal necrosis. Bulbal necrosis means that the death of the dental bulb. The dental bulb is the vital tissue that present inside the tooth structure, which is responsible for sensation of the cold, heat, pressure, and carrying nutrition for the tooth structure. We need to talk about the two factors or two definitions, the mature versus immature teeth. You know, to the right, we have a mature teeth. To the left, we have an immature tooth. Each tooth consists of mainly two parts, the crown, which is visible in the oral cavity, and the root, which is embedded in the bone. To the right, we have a mature tooth, completely formed root. We can see here apical stop. To the left, we have incomplete root with open apex. The tooth, when erupts in the oral cavity, it takes from 2 to 3 years to have a completely formed root. So if there is any caries or trauma affected the tooth in the age between 8 and 10 years old, it's going to prevent the formation of the complete development of the root, leaving the root with thin dentinal walls, and the tooth is susceptible to fracture. So for the treatment of management of mature permanent teeth, we will go for a conventional root canal treatment, which include treatment, cleaning, and shaping of the bulb space, and filling the tooth with an enhanced material to prevent the pain and reversible bulbitis that was causing the pain to the patient. But for the treatment of immature, non-vital permanent teeth, we have 3 treatment modalities. The first one is it's called epixification, which include putting of material inside the root, which is a calcium hydroxide for longer period of time, which may reach 6 weeks, just to have a calcific barrier formation to close the root from the end. But we still have short root with thin dentinal walls, which making the tooth susceptible to fracture later on. The second treatment modalities, which is application of MTA or mineral trioxide aggregate. It's hard material to close the apex of the root and be able to fill the tooth with the conventional root canal treatment material. But again, we still have thin walls and short root, which is susceptible to fracture. The third option, which is the regenerative endodontic procedures, which aims to, with a specific procedure, to formation of new bulb tissue and for complete formation of the root, which is completely formed, which is the outcome of the regeneration process. It's a clinical process which is very important, affecting or treating immature teeth and mature teeth. It has a specific situation or specific steps clinically, but our aim is to have a regenerated root finally and a regenerated bulb. It's defined as biologically based procedures designed to replace damaged tooth structure, including root dentine, cementum, as well as bulb dentine complex. In this process, we have a very important step, which is disinfection, to disinfect the bulb space and to be suitable for the regeneration of dental bulb stem cells to regenerate the bulb using some intracanal medication. It's not only specific for immature teeth. Nowadays, it started to be translated to mature teeth. Clinically, we have a lot of studies, clinical studies and case reports of using the regenerative endodontic procedure to treat the mature permanent teeth to be a replacement of the conventional root canal treatment. It's not a straightforward process. We have some challenges, including disinfection ability of the material to be used in the disinfection, and at the same time, the biocompatibility of the material. So we need to make some balance between the disinfection and biocompatibility. Traditionally, we use 3 main materials: calcium hydroxide, triple antibiotic paste, and double antibiotic paste. But each one of these 3 materials has its own drawbacks. Calcium hydroxide, for example, affect the physical, chemical, mechanical properties of the dentine. TAB and DAB, they both contribute to the bacterial resistance issue, which is really important. So we are trying to find a new antibacterial material to be used in the regenerative procedures. So the ideal antimicrobial agent should be reduce the virulence factor of the microorganism without affecting the surrounding tissue cells. And here comes the frankincense, which is, you all know about frankincense more than me. It's from Boswellia genus. It has, traditionally, it's used to treat many disorders, hematological, gastric, hepatic disorders, rheumatoid arthritis, used to treat several conditions like knee pain, hepatic inflammation, lipid metabolism. But the most major advantage for us is that it is biocompatible with the oral tissues. So our aim is to evaluate the antimicrobial characteristics of different species of frankincense and their regenerative impact on dental bulb stem cell differentiation into dentin bulb complex in a simulated regenerative endodontic precision environment. This is an in vitro study. So our methods, we prepared African plant extract, the specific species from Africa. We cannot reveal the specific species because of the intellectual properties, but we dissolved the resin extract in absolute ethanol to have our stock solution. Then we prepared our working solution. We worked in 3 concentration, 5 microgram per milliliter, 10 microgram, and 15 microgram per milliliter. We assessed the biocompatibility of the African plant extract with dental bulb stem cells through 2 main assays. The first one is the assess the viability using live dead staining and used confocal scanning laser microscope to image cells. And to assess the proliferation, we used the WST1 assay. And also we assessed the mineralization capability of dental bulb stem cells in presence of the African plant extract using alizarin red stain. So our results for a viability assessment, we intended to assess the viability at 24 hours, 3 days, 7 days. We have 4 groups, 5 microgram per milliliter, 10 microgram, 15, and a negative control group. Our first experiment, we started with a seeding density of 100 cells per well of dental bulb stem cells. But as you can see, the cells reached full confluency after 5 days. We can see at 24 hours, mostly live cells, happy cells, extended cells, with traces of non-vital cells or or dead cells. But at 5 days, we can see fully confluent dental bulb stem cells, which makes us stop the experiment and start the experiment again, but with lower seeding density, 20,000 cells per well. So this is the image after 24 hours, and this is after 3 days, and this is after 7 days. We can see live happy cells, which indicate the viability support of the African plant extract to the dental bulb stem cells with no cytotoxic effect of the material, which is a good sign. Regarding proliferation, we use WST1 assay to assess the proliferation. Again, at 24 hours, 3 days, 7 days. At 24 hours, almost all the groups show the same number of cells, but cells start to grow rapidly after 3 days and continue to rise after 7 days, with the 15 microgram per milliliter group was the highest group of cell number, and the all test group was higher than the negative control group, which is a good sign also that the material didn't impair the cellular proliferation and enhanced cellular proliferation. Regarding the mineralization, we had 2 time points after we assessed the minerals after 14 days and after 28 days. We have again the 4 groups. We can see calcification nodules in all groups at all time points. This was images under 4x magnification. So we took another images of at 10x magnification, and can we see here the calcification nodules at 28 days at all groups, which is a good sign that the material support the dental bulb stem cells mineralization ability. Quantification of mineralization, you can see to the left the blue column after 14 days and the orange one after 28 days. All groups showed higher mineralization at 14 days, more than at 28 days, with the group of 10 microgram per milliliter, so showing the highest calcification or mineralization ability of the extract. So our conclusion is that we confirmed biocompatibility and the proliferation support of the African plant extract, but of course we need additional studies are required to explore the effect of odontogenic differentiation and the antimicrobial activity of the material against endodontic pathogens. So our future work is going to assess the biocompatibility of frankincense from different species, and Professor Luai kindly supplied us with Omani frankincense that we are going to assess later on through our PhD project and to compare different extraction methods through assessment of cell viability, live dead staining, and cell proliferation using WST1 assay after 24 hours, 3 days, and 7 days. Also, we are going to investigate the odontogenic differentiation of dental bulb stem cells by assessing the mineralization ability using alizarin stain after 14 days and 28 days. Also, we are going to investigate the relative changes in odontogenic marker using PCR or polymerase chain reaction, markers like dentin cyalophosphoprotein, dentin matrix protein, and the vascular neurogenic markers. Finally, we are going to assess the antimicrobial efficacy of frankincense from different species and compare it to each other against endodontic relevant microbial biofilm in vitro model. Finally, I would like to thank Dr. Emil Gendi, my supervisor, for her guidance and advice throughout all my PhD journey, and Professor Lai for giving us the chance to share with you our results, primary results for our PhD project. Thank you all. I would be happy to answer all your questions.
We were expecting one. No, he's not online. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for.
So that was the end.